Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. Welcome to everyone to episode 4 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign using Fate Condensed with some of the coolest players around. And, we're doing some stuff. And let's see, where are we? What is going on? How is it going? What is new? What is exciting? And I will tell you, I realized that I wanted to do this for you all. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Hey, everyone. Hi. This is our long-running campaign. I'm very excited for you all to be here and, all that goodness. Let me see. Housekeeping first. Welcome. We do duo episodes. So every other season, we alternate between solo and duo episodes, and this is the duo episode season, and this is our first duo episode for the season with two, it's kind of romantic, actually, because it's this nice married couple. And I just feel like this very nice married couple are probably going to go and, I don't know, I'm guessing, I can't really say what they're going to do this session.
I had a picnic in the park planned.
I was thinking like a picnic in the park, maybe like going shopping for China patterns or something. I don't know. I thought it'd be like very pleasant, that you two would just hang out and, play cards.
You know what? That's what we may tell people we did.
That might be what you tell people. That may not be.
I imagine that's our cover story.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. So, what are y'all gonna do? How can you help out? You can help out most of all, first and foremost, by being here and just hanging out with us and watching the show. You can either live or on Memorex, and by that I mean on VOD or over on YouTube. And hey, YouTubers. Hey, thank you for making all your comments and all that goodness. You can tell your friends that we exist. We have a going live tweet. You can retweet it if you like. You can also help us out by joining our Discord and chatting with us. Follow our peoples. You can give tips and bits, and if you do, we will read out those tips and bits messages at the intermission and at the end. And those tips and bits goes to help pay for the cast. You can also become a member of our Patreon. And our Patreons get to have their names in the credits. And I'm going to go and be releasing once a month. So we'll be releasing pretty soon, actually, interviews with each of the players where they talk about their characters. And we have one for Lindy that will be coming out as soon as I do the auto editing. That'll happen probably the next week or so. Also, we have one other thing which is super interesting. In terms of Patreon, we have a special Patreon tier called A Word from Your Sponsors. And that is a $200 tier. And that basically pays for one episode of the show. And if you do that, you will get a special shout out right now, and your name in a special spot in the credits. And 1 week during the month of your sponsorship, you will get a special ad that will play right during our intermission. And we actually do have a sponsor. Our sponsor, one of our March sponsors, is Willen, who is our chronicler, also known as the Bookkeeper, which is a code name which may come up when Willen's ad runs, which will probably be next 2 weeks or so. So I want to thank Willen. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show. You have, besides, also thank you much for taking so many notes. Your notes are pulled up on my computer right over there on that monitor.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. You've been here from the beginning, and we really appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your credit card when it comes in. Not your credit card, but like your card. It's with the. I know what I meant.
The card of credits.
The card of credits, yes. And I'm really looking forward to working on your ad. And I have a surprise for you that I think only you will appreciate. Other people might appreciate it, but really, I've got a special surprise for you, which needs me to contact somebody I know to do some stuff. But that's why it's going to take a little bit longer. But you're going to get it. And also, you can use your extra credits, channel points. What can you do with them? Well, sometimes you can go and give them extra fate points. You can't give them to them right now, though. They don't get them. They already have 5 group fate points. They don't need any extra at this moment. We will see how we feel at the intermission. But you can spend, at the moment, we have a group goal for, spring is in bloom, and our roses might need some stuff. And so we have a goal of 200 channel points. You have a month to do it. We are currently at, my goodness, we're currently at something outrageous, like 70,000 channel points, maybe. Somebody knows who's not me. Somebody knows. And those channel points for each 50,000 channel points that we give them as a group, they will be able to get an aspect that they can put on their hideout. There, like it's a place for them to like maybe get that 94K. We're at 94K, people. 94K, 95K. My goodness.
This just in.
And so this might be a space for them to get their greenhouse, get some help, because they may need it. Speaking of people who may need help, I'd like to introduce my players. Yes. So, my dearest players, if you could just say for me, who you are, who you're playing, and I would ask you what your trouble aspect is, but I already wrote them down just right there for no reason. I wouldn't worry about it at all. So instead of telling me what your trouble aspect is, because I know, how about if you tell me, oh my goodness, you two are married, sort of fake married, but you're
technically
in
a lot of different technicalities and some red tape.
There's some, if you could tell me how your character imagined married life to be if they ever imagined it, that's what I would like to know. You two people are married to each other, and that is not the
oh man
so Dot, since you said oh man in the way in which you're like that's the worst question ever, you have to go first.
Hi everybody, I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me online where Little Red Dots are found. I play Regina, are not troubled at all German spy.
That's correct.
But not a spy for Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Spy, an SOE, the occasional leader of this ragtag crew of insurgents. Well, since Regina never really had a say in who she was going to get to marry, I imagine she pictured married life like hell. I imagine married life was like, marry this guy, right? That is just the scourge of humanity. And clean his house, make his dinner, wash his clothes, and with her.
I feel like that's a little unfair because I feel like you probably would have had like help. You probably would have had a servant or two.
Oh, even better. So don't do anything. Sit around and be part of this property. You're basically furniture. You're pre-furniture, in which a furniture that also has to bring about more of your genetic life. No, thank you.
So that was actually even worse because you didn't have anything to do.
Yeah, even worse. Like, Regina could have swallowed the pill of being like a humble fisherman's wife, even if she had to work really freaking hard. But man, having to be asked to just exist as part of like their property, I think is more than Regina could stomach.
Yeah. Greg.
Hey everybody, Greg, Grimjack21502. I am playing Oscar Mueller, reformed Gestapo agent. You know what? To be very honest, Oscar would have never thought of marriage.
Yep.
Because
That's
for him, marriage would have. Right. Well, no, I mean, even if he would have dismissed it, because the idea of marrying somebody, he wouldn't have been able to marry Mel. That was off the table. And he would have probably looked at it like, I think his idea of marriage would have been more along the lines of being in a troupe of players for an extended period of time, that communal type of living, where everybody's in the same house or the same efficiency as they kind of exist together. And, he was young enough before he lost all hope of those such things that, I'm sure kids didn't come into the idea, but the idea of sharing a life with somebody, it would have been sharing his life with many people. Definitely Greta and Mel, but then probably beyond that as well.
So. Right. And that troop, I just wanted to ask you both that question because I feel like both of your characters' answers would have been special, and they were. Do you know what I mean? Because I was like, you'd be like, and there'd be a white picket fence. You're like, no, never. It's neither of your characters at all, and I love that about them. So.
I honestly see, like, whenever they would, I've in my mind's eye, I've seen it several times. Like whenever they come back to the apartment in the hotel, whenever, after having played for hours at being these awful people, coming back in, and as soon as the door closes, like they don't speak to one another. They just like split, just get their clothes put away, just don't even, everything's robotic, everything's just in its place, and that's it. There's like it's an apartment of silence.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. We're both too concerned that we're being listened to, and also we don't have the energy to bother with quaint conversation.
Yeah. So what happened last week? For those who were not here, I feel like you have some ideas. I'm gonna ask y'all. I mean, I can tell you, but I want to know. I want to know from your point of view what happened.
In our last session, you mean? You mean like
the
day before for the characters last week for us?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me just go through these 4 pages of notes, and I'll tell you, Trooper.
Note taker.
All right. 3-month time skip. Everybody returns back from London. I still haven't watched the episode that I missed, so I have no idea truly what went down.
Maybe you'll find out.
They went on vacation. Regina went to the Swiss Alps and dug a little bit into her family's past and maybe took some personal time. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got messages in from Ophelia that included some important information, but more importantly, some personally given information, including something called the Jaeger Report, which proceeded to inform us that our dear Jaeger's father has been part of a secret insurgency that is clearing the path for what we assume is going to be the path for the Nazis or the troops to walk through, and they've been doing it by slaughtering villages of people, and all of this has kind of gone under the radar. But more importantly, MI6 knows this is happening and so far has not done anything about it because the report was encoded and then decoded using German codes that they don't want the Germans to know they have. Just a little quick opener for the first half of last week, and then we are visited by none other than our fair Falstaff.
Hey, guess what? Do you know how seriously they took those Enigma codes?
Super serious. I imagine it was everything.
Yeah. So serious that when they found out the Germans were going to bomb the town of Coventry, they didn't do anything about it. And they let their town be bombed more than once. Because they're like, if we do anything, they're going to know that we know. So they let Coventry be bombed badly so that they wouldn't give up that info.
So Falstaff arrives, provides us some information, basically the hard copy of the report, which is what we were waiting on. Carl Jaeger's the guy that our pup Millie's owners were actually running from. Surprise, surprise. These are all things I want to do, not information on our well, you know what? You cover the next part, Greg. Oscar and Falstaff had a moment after we filled him in, and he was like, "You can't tell anybody. Sorry, gang."
Right, yeah. Falstaff came in and was able to drop some knowledge on us, but he also said that 2 of his embedded cells they had continued to transmit, but he hadn't been able to make physical contact with them. And they were, if I remember correctly, they were transmitting the emergency code, which meant that everything was still
copacetic.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
there's like
so
there's like a secret, like you've got like, here's my regular code saying that's me, but then there's like a secret one you like embed in, and if they don't
Right.
give that one, then you know that that's like there's a problem.
Right. So all the boxes have been checked, except that Falstaff himself was not hopeful, and that the information that had come from the group was more than a bit suspect as far as its validity.
But officially,
and so,
everybody's like the powers that be are like, no, everything is fine. Stop freaking out.
mm-hmm. And so as a bit of a I'll help you out for helping get my child and the mother of my child out of the country.
Flashback.
Yeah, there was a flashback. And then Oscar said that he would go and check in on one of these cells to see if it was in fact compromised. And so then he got the information about where to locate the cell, as far as just, kind of crossing paths that Falstaff would know, which, as we spoke in the green room, was super against regulations on Falstaff's side.
Super sketch.
Yeah. But again,
because headquarters says there's not a problem. So
Right. Yeah. So he's definitely going against orders. It's more of a gut emotional response that he's having. I'd like to think that if the roses were dark, he might think about sending somebody to check and see if we were, out or whatnot. But, and that's what the Oscar was playing on.
If
Oscar
he was smart, he'd just leave the country. But
I mean, he can't. Yeah, he's pretty much F no matter what. But so yeah, Oscar decided that
leave the country. You just don't get to leave. That's the
at least go hide it undercover. If your main if your main agent group goes dark, so do you. Don't go looking for them. That's a bad idea.
Oh yeah, whoever darkened your group is going to want you to come and see,
right, and check on them.
Which is what he said. Which was why Oscar's like, I will do it. So you don't do it, I will do it. Right? That's okay.
Right. Yeah. They won't see me coming. Yeah. They wouldn't know me from. So, and that's pretty much where we ended it. Falstaff was appreciative to a point, and then also warned Oscar that he should have, consider taking the SOE training in London. So there are records of his being an ally, and records of his service in the event that the war goes the correct way, and Germany is defeated. Oscar doesn't want to look like a war criminal. Yeah. So.
Also, the other big thing was that
Guildenstern's been outed, y'all.
They don't know who it is, but they know the code name.
Yeah, because we made a badass play against them to convince them that Guildenstern was inside of SS operations and not outside.
Right. And the Guildenstern information that's and Oscar and Regina both kind of I know that Dot and Greg agreed. Yep. That was pretty much the nail in the coffin for the other group, that at least that code name had snuck out. And
Yep. So, new code name.
And there's also, but the main thing was about that you were authorized to do a mission if you so desired.
Oh, right. Yes. Because there's nothing we can really do about this information that linked from MI6. Falstaff was like, you have been given permission to try to clear the local holding facility that hasn't been able to get people out because y'all blew up the train tracks. So you have a chance to try to emancipate them from their current situation. Which means we're gonna have to reach out to a few new resources, right? So the gentleman from the mosque was recalled, as well as the police chief via Sylvie as a connection. So there were like some new strings being built there.
Yeah, or old strings,
just need to be pulled on again.
Yeah, because the Grand Mosque smuggled out at least 500 people, which is a very large number. So like they were able to hold and then sneak out 500 people. So they might be a resource for getting some of these people out. And then Sylvie had good contact with the police chief, which that might be helpful. So those were like two resources that he handed you from Sylvie and Tango. And he said that you are authorized to do a mission, should you so desire, to liberate those transit camps and get those people out. But that was, but of course there were problems about where to put them. Preetam's like, maybe I can get them, maybe they can come to my home country, because you know my dad's a king, and so there was some like discussion about that. But he also said that if you thought it was too dangerous, then just don't do it. Right? If you thought it would be too, it would compromise you all, then don't do it. He said,
Oh, it would compromise us. It'd compromise the whole city.
because he
We
said like,
emancipate that many. Yeah.
because he said if you don't think you can do it safely, don't do it. Right? He said you're authorized to do it if you want to, but if you don't want to do it, don't do it. Because you know he doesn't want you being murdered. He doesn't want you to. He doesn't want you to compromise as a cell. So he said this is a possibility for you if you want to do it, but if you don't want to do it, don't do it. He just said command has authorized. And I think that was it. Yes.
Yes, so much went down last week. Holy moly.
And you're planning to have a party.
Oh yeah, we're planning a little tea party for the ladies. We're gonna try to source out some new talent.
And
Oh, and speaking of talent, we had we took a new group, a new cell.
have you actually decided
Right?
to do it? You were talking about it, but did you decide to do it?
Yeah, I thought that was what we're going with. Was the
I
actor
thought
group.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just haven't thought of a name yet. I'm
That's what it is.
struggling.
So
We have the players for right now.
the
but
players,
Okay.
yes. So you all, this was like your Saturday. Let us move to the next day as people go off to do their business. Let's start Monday.
Oh no, it'd be Monday. You're right.
Monday morning on the 20th. And let us see what our married couple is doing first thing in the morning. What are you doing? At this point, I imagined, well, let's see.
Push-ups for breakfast.
The next session is going to be another solo, and that is going to be a solo with, where did I put that doc?
I think it's me and Preetam.
I believe it is. Yes, you and Preetam. So, we know we have that happening, pondering it. So it is a nice Monday morning, early. You have push-ups for breakfast. What else are you doing?
Oscar's definitely doing push-ups, but if you want to place yourself, Dot, I'll
Please. And let's
yeah,
remember, you're
give me,
in the Hotel Majestic, one of the most luxurious and expensive hotels in Paris. It's like one of these, like there's special ratings for hotels. Like there's like, you know, like 5-star hotels and there's like a special bumper above fancy rating.
Mm.
And this is one of those sorts of hotels, which has been taken over by the German High Command. And so this is where the German High Command is, the occupying force, the military occupational force has their headquarters here. So you have like a lot of like the really big, important generals and colonels of the military who are like running everything are in this hotel. And you also are in this hotel. And it is luxurious. The food is amazing. You have people taking care of you as your needs. And you're in this hotel, even though you're Gestapo. The Gestapo tended to live in another hotel, but you're here because of your work with the propaganda department. And so you get to sort of be here because they're also doing this work here. And it is nice. And I imagine somebody's going to be coming up with coffee and sort of a croissant and some cheese, some meat pretty soon because, you know, they give you breakfast.
Hey, there's no way they got it to us yet. This would be
No,
5 in the
absolutely
morning.
not.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
it's
The two of
coming.
us,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm right in front of the fireplace. I bet it's not running now because it's getting warmer, but right there in front of that damn Hitler painting, just sweating it out first thing in the morning as the sun comes up.
So then as you're doing that in the apartment of silence, where they probably haven't spoken a dozen words to one another since they walked in the night before, probably we would say like on the other side of like an ottoman away from you, so something kind of obscuring their vision, you would see Oscar as he would kind of post up and he would say, Falstaff told me about where the other cell is.
I imagine Regina then pushes up without him and stops. She goes, I'm sorry, what?
Falstaff told me where the other cell is.
I have been asking him for months where that cell is.
He told me yesterday.
The next time I see his pretty face, he's going to wish that I did not have a bottle. And she's like a little upset about it.
I was wondering if you wanted to check and see if they are still functional.
Check in on the group.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
That's why I'm proposing it.
All right. You know we'll have to stay for coffee or they'll question us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, several dozen push-ups later.
Perfect marriage.
I might die. I just want, you might have killed me. I might be dead. I don't know what you'll do once your GM dies, but that's just what happens because I think you're killing me. So now, what do you do for your lovely morning before your breakfast happens?
Well, I've sweat like a pig. Shower first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question, which I suppose you can't really answer, but I do think that Lindy might be in chat. Lindy has come back. Frida has come back, but they would actually want to give her own place in this hotel because if she's back now, it would be sort of rude to make her just stay in your apartment still as a guest. So I imagine that she has an apartment here, right? Rooms here in the hotel because she's been they try to assassinate her multiple times, and it's
they would want a secure location,
but also they don't want to have her just staying in your place. Like they want to be,
yeah.
So I imagine she's probably has if I don't know where she slept, but I imagine that she has probably gone back to her room for when breakfast arrives for her.
Right. Yes.
And by the way, it is called the Peninsular Hotel now, the Old Majestic. It is still also exceedingly expensive. It's a very fancy hotel. So, do you wait for breakfast?
Oh yes, we must be seen. Regina comes out all put together, and I imagine she's carrying a piece of lingerie. Maybe it doesn't even belong to her. She's staying in the other room now, and she tosses it so it can be seen by the door because appearances are everything. And I just stand there waiting by the door, smoking a cigarette because somebody's going to come knocking soon.
What about you, Oscar?
I think that Oscar's going to finally cash in those chips that he has been building up, or at least one of them. Where even though he has just come back from vacation, I'm going to say that, and if this is okay, obviously with you, Trooper, that he was actually given longer off.
Yeah.
He was told to stay away for a longer period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And they came back early, but he's still recuperating.
Mm-hmm.
And he may have even ordered additional, water and juice and ordered more food to make it look but he would make sure that there's a bite out of each one. But if somebody was to report back, no, he's still not eating, that type of thing. But yeah, so he's going to be still dressed in full suit, but not uniform.
Mm-hmm.
He's just hanging around the house. So he just has his casual house suit on.
Mm-hmm. And you're waiting for that breakfast to arrive. And the breakfast arrives at the exact same time every single day. Although, depending on your wishes, it might arrive a little bit later on Sundays. I really cannot say. What time would you say that it normally arrives?
I imagine by 7 at the latest.
Oh, yeah. I'd probably say
6:30.
Right. Whoever it gets the earliest breakfast, Regina and Oscar would probably be like a half hour before that. Like we're the real assholes. Like we're
that we're waiting on it.
Right. They thought they had assholes order an early breakfast until we showed up. And then they were like, oh my God, remember how nice those other people were that used to be early? And now we've got these assholes. So we're those assholes.
So let's say a 6:30 a.m. breakfast. That seems
Yes, for the
like
Likesners specifically.
Yes.
For the Likesners.
So 6:30 rolls around. No breakfast.
6:30 rolls around and there is no breakfast.
That is correct. I told you I was going to give you I was going to give you the screws this time. I was like, going to torch
choices,
you
right.
really hardcore. No breakfast at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
I was going to say, I open the door dramatically. I make noise so everybody can hear it. And I like look around and I slam the door if there's nothing out there and there's nobody on the way in.
The guards would hear that, which is great.
Yeah, and the guards would...
Precisely. Yeah, and Regina turns around and she goes, we're going to have to make a scene.
Yes, I know. I'm calling right now.
Oh, good.
He would.
Bonjour.
This is the Likesners and we are not eating.
Oui. If you'll excuse me, we have been given instructions to wait. You will have to wait.
By who?
Your breakfast guests.
We are not expecting any guests today. Please send up the foods right now. Someone is having fun with you.
I'm so sorry, but I have on my notes that you have a breakfast date this morning. It was all scheduled for your return.
It is not on my schedule. Are you saying that your schedule is correct and mine is wrong?
No, Captain, no. That is not the case. It's just that we are preparing...
Honey, opens the door.
No, we are...
Opens the door, honey.
It's excuse me.
There's still nothing inside the door. We have opened it and the door frame is still empty.
All right.
Did you hear my wife? She says it is empty.
Yes. But we are preparing a much bigger breakfast. It is on its way. It would be the...
opens the door again.
Oh, it's.
It's still empty.
Where is it? I yell into the hallway.
All right. If you can wait.
The cafe.
Yes. If you could wait 15 minutes.
I turn around and completely break. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what is happening?
He hangs up, and as he hangs up, he just tears the phone out of the wall and through the open door throws it, so the guards can see the phone just hit the wall and smash to the outside.
They all know what that means. Nobody says anything. They stay by the elevator. They're not going to say anything.
I slam the door, then I turn around and I go, "What is happening?"
And Oscar drops the Holgar and pulls right up to Regina and whispers in her ear, they're saying that we have guests and that they are planning a larger breakfast that will be ready in 15 minutes.
The only people who have enough power to pull off a secret breakfast that we didn't know about? Oh, well, I should change into a better dress, leave the lingerie out, and they want us to be surprised. Let's give them a show.
Yeah. Yeah. And he goes and turns on music and lights candles.
I'm sorry. What kind of music? This is important.
He finds like the beigest music he can find. Just the worst possible shit.
I'm thinking it's like light classical music by some minor German composer that Hitler really likes, but really is not at all very interesting.
Yeah, or just as good as his watercolors.
Yes. Absolutely.
Right. German jazz, exactly.
Yeah.
And then he goes and he turns on the light above the painting, the art spot, and he goes and he puts on his formal house suit as opposed to his comfortable house suit.
Yep. What does it look like?
His formal house suit?
Yes.
It's two pieces, but it's dark It's cut now. It would have, it might even actually be a little loose on Oscar right now. So what he's going to do is he's going to unbutton the top button and extend the tie just a little bit, just to give him a hint
of
the pecs.
Yeah.
Of peck. Just a taste of peck.
And what about Regina? What is she wearing?
She is diligently smoking a cigarette, trying to like get out of what was maybe like what is this, Monday? Like a light pants, like pair of pants with a nice spring top. Now she's like going for the dress. And so she's like vigorously trying to like zip herself, which isn't a possibility. Every woman knows that at some point. And like pantyhose, right? And doing the whole thing. Lipstick now, the whole 9 yards. So she's kind of bustling about, I think, in a bit more of a sporadic way.
I'd like to create an advantage with Regina.
I feel like you may certainly do so, or at least try, please.
Sure. Here's what I would like to do. And Dot, this is what we can decide who's going to do it and how we're going to get it.
Okay.
I want to set this up where this means like exposing a little bit of Oscar to any perfume that Regina might be wearing, hints of any makeup that she might have, just to be like, on the corner of his jaw, any cologne that he's wearing, just a touch of it on Regina. And what this is I want this to make it look as if they have just been physical with one another. And somehow they're this put together, but there are hints, just off-putting hints.
Little on the collar.
Right.
Yeah. I love that.
I'm gonna need some deception.
Okay. I can definitely help you with that, so you can take the one. My deceive's a 4.
Okay, I can use my 5. So if you
great,
want me
go for it. Yeah, just take the extra one then. Yeah, Regina will like, as she's like meticulously putting on lipstick, then like in their soldier regimented marriage, she like bustles over and she like kisses his cheek and then she like wipes it away, to kind of like fake it. Wow, superb. Yeah. Little on the collar, right? She gets her pantyhose just not quite right. Leaves the lingerie lying about, tousles her hair just a little bit. And everything she does to her, she comes over to him and does the same thing. And it's not romantic, I don't think, in any way.
Is that
it's like an operation?
Yeah. Is that a total of 5?
It's a total of 5, correct? Yes.
All right. So that is an advantage with 1 free invoke. And we will call this, we're going to call this the Leixners. What will we call this? We'll call this
happy marriage.
That was a terrible roll too. Jeez.
That was with the 1. Oh yeah, it was with the 1.
Yeah.
How about something like we'll go with happy marriage. I just want something a little bit more.
How about caught in the act?
Caught in the act.
Caught in the act. That's good.
Yeah.
Caught in the act. Yeah, maybe there already needs to be some wine out. It needs to look like we drank it. So Regina like chugs half this bottle, and like wipes it clean because she knows what they're about to have to go do, and like self-medicates a little bit first thing in the morning. Nothing like push-ups and liquid breakfast. Right,
exactly. Now again, Dot, this is what Oscar would propose, because Oscar being theatrical. And again, Oscar, we've established silence. There's nothing going on between Regina and Oscar. So to get into character, Oscar would, I mean, as robotic and as like stage blocking as you can possibly think, he would wait and know that it's like about 13, 14 minutes, knowing full well that right at that 15-minute mark, there's going to be a knock at the door. He would just go right up to Regina after the whole place is set, everything is ready. And he would say, I think so we should kiss.
Oh, yes, of course. And she just like plants one on Oscar.
Right.
Yeah. To like smudge the lipstick just a little bit.
And Oscar is going to take Regina, spin with her, crash against the wall with his back against the wall, spin around, knock a lamp around, and he is going to add the audio for this as well. Just very German though.
Yes,
not
yes.
now German.
Not
Then
Italian.
Very, yeah, right. But very, just if somebody had their ear to the door, or were outside waiting to come in or knock or something, they would definitely hear something that certainly sounded like
Jawohl! Jawohl!
So exactly on time, 15 minutes, absolutely, there is a knock at the door.
Regina makes eye contact with Oscar, like, here we go.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that when Oscar would pull back, there would be a hint of color in his cheeks, because Oscar's he's been away from the theater for a while. So he's not quite.
I was about to say, Regina has no modesty. I mean, she had sex just to kill a man.
Which, that's right. As you do. I mean, as you do.
So Regina notices it and pinches his cheek a little bit and, kind of pats him down. And she kind of slings the door open in this frazzled way. Yes?
I hope they brought juice.
Flashbulbs go off. As you are confronted with, you are correct. You know me quite well. It is true that Elias and his wife Nikoletta are there, but they are not alone. They're with a photographer and what looks to be probably some sort of reporter. And there's like little flash bulbs as the door opens, as the photographer takes some photographs of you. And
I fix the lipstick, the tousled hair.
And
what a pleasure to see you.
It's a little awkward moment. And Nicola's like, indeed. Oh, come. And she makes this gesture as she just sort of strides in, and when she comes right up to you, Regina, like the kiss on both cheeks, because that is the very French way of doing things. And she just sort of like pats Oscar on the chest, and she gives him like a kiss on one cheek, and she sort of just strides in with this reporter and this photographer sort of training by, and Elias sort of walks in with that sort of I have to be here sort of attitude about it all, but he walks in as he is supposed to do, and then you can hear it. There is the sound of the cart, and behind them coming in is this massive, huge cart, large table, one of those tables that if this were let's say like a sex farce, right? Maybe the 60s, a large enough table that like you could hide underneath the big white blanket, because it's all sorts of farce, all sorts of shenanigans. And there's like their massive silver domed
those are, I know that word, it's called a cloche.
Massive silver cloches for clearly multiple courses, and huge, like this beautiful okay, I'm going to tell you this, and please do not freak out. Orange juice, right? Like orange juice, some champagne.
I mean, look here. As soon as this thing rolls up, Brigitte goes, "It's about time." And then she makes a big deal of like seeing the photographers, and then eyes the lingerie she laid out, and then back to the photographers. She goes, "We weren't expecting anyone today. It's the last day of Oscar's vacation." And I try to like run this red lingerie or something to the bedroom to make a scene.
The mood is interesting because the reporter is like, interesting. The photographer is like, embarrassed. Nikoletta is amused. And Jaeger's like, I'm here for breakfast. And so there's like that's that vibe. And that you have two at this point in time, maids who've come in, and they start sort of placing all of this food on your main sort of table. And also,
don't scratch the table.
Maybe. And also like this big thing of flowers. And they're all setting up as Nikoletta just sort of watches the whole thing with some amusement, and she just looks at you, Regina, with a smile. And there's been no conversation just yet because I suppose they're waiting for the maids to leave. And once everything is set up, the maids stop, they look. There are a lot of people here. They're not quite certain what to say because they're not quite certain who to say it to. And they just turn to Oscar and they say, and then nope, and then they turn right back to Regina because she's the one who throws more, well, they both throw a fit. It's clearly they're very, very concerned about which one to do. And so one of them, the lead maid, just says, sort of in between you both, so it's a little bit unclear who she's talking to because she doesn't want to offend either one of you because you do throw things sometimes. Just says, will there be anything else?
That is all.
Well,
And they just pull they move the cart over to the side of the door so that you can have a place right, because there's like water and so, and they should like back out and shut the door behind them. So,
before they shut the door,
yeah.
he's going to like not necessarily pinch, but like kind of like a grandfather would do to somebody, grab the tricep, and he would whisper in one of the maid's ears, "I'm going to need another phone."
And they nod, and they've clearly heard about the phone, and they can probably tell the switchboard that something really bad, like it's not good. But the thing is, I don't know if I should tell you this, but you have a bad reputation in this hotel as being somewhat high maintenance, and so everybody's a little bit on edge. Really,
good.
when it comes to
Mission accomplished.
Yes.
Accomplished. And they sort of like edge out, and the door shuts, and the reporter turns to Nikoletta. And Nikoletta turns to her husband, and her husband goes, "Well, welcome back home." And he walks over and he extends his hand to shake yours. Oscar.
He'll take it, and he'll do the good German pull in, like the pull in cheek to cheek, no kissing, but the pull in that Germans do. And he'll without any type of pomp or circumstance that you would give to a superior officer, he would whisper though, "How are you, Elias?" And then let him go. And
Elias sort of like, because there's a reporter here, he goes, "Hi, Hitler," and gives the salute. And he sort of turns to the reporter and he goes, "This here, I am very proud to have as my colleague, although sadly not in my office, but here at the propaganda department, the one and the only, Holger Leixner, captain of the Gestapo," make sure that's written down, and one of the most brilliant filmmakers of our time.
Does the photographer look like they're going to take a picture?
Yes.
Okay, Regina instantly slides up next to, before he can snap it, slides into his arms and like turns his head to face her so they get a side shot instead of a forward facing shot.
And it was like,
and Regina goes, "I'm so proud of him."
And a fan of angles from the theater, Oscar is going to make sure that he gives none. And he is going to light a cigarette, and he is going to basically have a mouthful of smoke at any point that it is required to, he's gonna look like James Dean on a bad day when it's just nothing but smoke and
"You're
eyes.
tearing me apart." And and
Regina pulls the spare pack from like a drawer and a nearby and sets it down for all of breakfast, to make sure he's got enough.
And the minute you do that, the photo is snapped, and then you just feel Nicoletta's arm go into the crook of yours, Regina, and she says, "This is a lovely foursome, and I'm so happy that we can all have this wonderful breakfast that we've planned for quite some time. Come." And she sort of leads you.
Regina goes, "Oh no, I'm hosting, remember?" And pulls a chair out for her.
And she sits, and it is like Elias is just standing there with you, Oscar, watching this.
And Regina, when she's done, "We have guests," and Regina knows the order in which you seat your guests first, especially if you're hosting. And she turns to Jaeger, knowing that the back of her dress is still unzipped, and she goes over and she goes, and gestures to the chair and goes, "Oh, I'm still unzipped. Would you mind?"
To Jaeger?
Yeah. And Jaeger,
okay.
It's a moment, and Jaeger sort of just like pauses for a second, and that it's like there's like a flash of like slightly conflicting emotions, like hesitation, and then he goes, "Of course," and he looks exactly right at Oscar.
Oscar would go and sit down, and as he sits down beside Nikoletta, he would whisper over to her loud enough for the reporter to hear, "I'm only good at getting them down."
Regina lets out a like chuckle.
As he zips up your dress and he pats you on the shoulder in a way that is meant to look, well, let me just roll his, his deception, because I feel like he's trying to put on a show here for the assembled audience. Let's see how he does.
Their assembled audience. Regina's gonna make them regret that.
So he rolls a 1, and he kind of like pats on your shoulder in a way that's supposed to seem, the best word I can think of is human, but that's not really the best word.
Yeah, like there's some humanity there.
Yes, he's trying to come off like, I'm a chill guy who pats people on the shoulder who like is not a sociopath. Like he's trying to come off as like relaxed. Do you know what I mean? But
Elias has become Ross from Friends.
Yeah, he's trying to be like relatable in a certain way, like human.
Yes, but it doesn't.
It's Ross.
Yeah, no, like he's trying to come across as human and likable, right? And like this is relaxing, and he's relaxed, and he's happy to be here. But he just comes off stiff and
Regina goes, when she notices that he's struggling, like she wants him to feel comfortable. She goes, "Why don't you sit at the head of the table, esteemed guest?"
He like pulls his shoulders back and he sits down. Now he's wearing he is in uniform, and his uniform is pristine, and it's interesting that he's here at the moment, and he has not, he's been given a promotion, it seems, and he's just been promoted just one step, which he seems to be very excited about, and Nikoletta looks ravishing, but less scandalous. I suppose that's the best way I can put it. Like she looks,
modest in certain ways, like breakfast modest.
Breakfast modest. Okay, so like if there's like a scale, and 0 is not modest, and 10 is very, very modest in a way that is boring and not at all interesting, and 5 is that line in between. Now you're no longer modest, and now, right, she's like riding that line where she looks modest enough, but you can still tell that she is fashionable, right? Like she still wants to seem like a fashionable woman. So she's modest enough, but she's not going to let herself look frumpy. That is not going to happen, if you know what I mean. Like there's
sure, yes,
that will never happen. So like it's a dress that has a it's sort of like serious, but it's got a bit of a lightness to it. It's cut just a little bit lower than it could be, but not too low to be too scandalous. Her makeup is very well done. She's wearing your favorite perfume, or the perfume that you liked back when.
Which makes me gag now as I try to eat breakfast.
Which makes you gag now, right? But it was then, but not now. And so she is in her element at this moment. She is having just the best time. And she goes, "Darling." And her husband goes, "Yeah. So, these are the likeness, and I know that you have been wanting to speak with them for some time. But they have been on vacation, of course. And yes, it is true what has been said. The early reports of their film that Captain Leixner has been doing they've made the rounds, and Goebbels himself is very impressed. And that means that we have here in Paris one of the bright stars of entertainment, and I am glad to say that he is someone who I have always supported and wish to bring forward in the future. We, as a couples, have been very good friends for some time, and I am pleased to introduce him to Paris more formally. So, and he sort of sits, allowing you, because you it seems are still standing.
No, you sat, right?
Oscar sat down.
Oh,
beside,
yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Regina's standing, but she serves breakfast because that would be somebody needs to serve, and it would be the hostess. So she'll go around and like serve breakfast, lean a little too close to Jaeger, lean a little too close because she can to her own husband, and as her husband regales them.
And the reporter goes, and the reporter is a man who is thin, perhaps a little too thin, who is, I'd say probably, let's see, it's 41. So I'd say probably about like 40, like early 40s, I'd say. A kind of a thinness that, well, I mean, you've been around, both of you have been around. That kind of a thinness that says they probably didn't have the best time during the war, the Great War, I mean, of course. Like one of the kinds of
war on them.
Yeah, somebody who probably had, I mean, like a lot of people have come back from the Great War disabled in various ways, intestinal problems, all sorts of ways, and it looks like one of those kind of people that probably, they're underweight in a way that says they probably did not have the best time during the war, and that was a long time ago.
Or recuperate from it.
Yeah, didn't recuperate from it.
Yeah.
And because he still looks this way, it feels to you like it's one of those kind of like long-term disabilities. He seems fine, but in the sense that he's moving about, but there's a bit of a carefulness to him, a preciseness, and you notice that the plate of food that you've given him, he doesn't really touch too much. If he does, it's just like very small bits of food, very precise and small bits of food, as if perhaps large, delicious breakfast may not be so great for his constitution. And he,
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and it's
not like he's boycotting breakfast because
No.
he's sitting with. Okay, he's German.
The
reporter seems German.
French.
Interesting.
And he has got his sort of like notepad out, and he's sort of graying, slight scarring, in a nice suit. I wouldn't say it's an expensive, fancy suit, but like a nice suit, respectable. And he's got these little spectacles, and he's got his little notebook, and he's beginning to write down these sort of notes. And he goes, Monsieur, Madame, you are all the talk of Paris. Excuse me. So we have been waiting to be introduced to you for so long. We have been asking quite a long time, but all is so busy, and it is an honor to be able to see you now, both of you. Your home is lovely. Would you mind if we take a few photographs?
Of course. The fireplace with the photo is actually the best spot, best lighting.
And the photographer, who has not sat down, because there is not currently a chair for the photographer, he is young, this photographer, another fellow, pretty, a pretty young man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He looks to you to be younger than he looks young. You know that if you are 18, you have to work, and there's a lot of pressure for young people to go and like there's like a lot of you have to work. And he looks to you like maybe 18, like riding that line that like he might be a bit younger. The suit is a little, it's probably not his suit originally, like he probably got it from like an older sibling, something like that. Not particularly expensive, this suit. It looks to you like somebody's Sunday best, right? That is now
that he like, this is what he wears to work.
Yes
Yeah, okay.
And he has got like a bag full of photography gear, and he sort of comes in and he's sort of setting up a little tripod and he's taking a photograph.
How much gear?
He's got quite a bit. He's got, I would say, he's got a good tripod, a big camera. He's got a bag which you assume is going to be film, probably another bag which you assume is going to be like a lot of flash bulbs. So he's got.
So this is like a tripod
Yeah.
flash camera, not not a handheld
Mm-mm.
For the time. Okay,
Mm-mm.
okay,
Yeah,
never mind that.
he's going nice. They want to get like.
Okay,
This is
quality photos.
Yes, this is expensive photography. This is, and when you notice give me
I was about to say, can I roll? I would
Yes.
like to. Okay,
discover action.
I want to discover action. I
Please
want
do.
to know if he's actually really good at photography or not, because I need these photos to turn out like shit.
Mm-hmm.
And what does Regina know more than anything?
Yep. You have that
so
skill.
my academic history
Yes.
or electronics, just not wireless transmission.
Well, both of them would give you different things.
Yeah, I want to know how technically, like, he's got a bunch of gear, but we all know an artist has a bunch of gear but doesn't actually know how to use it.
Mhm,
And if he's young, and he seems potentially a little gullible, Regina may be able to spin this for our favor.
Electronics will tell you about his equipment. Academics will tell you about his technique.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for the academics, so it'll get the 1.
Yeah.
Not my best, but it's okay. I'm willing to spend a fate point on that to make it a 3.
You need a 2.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'll do. That was a really bad roll for me, but that's okay. I mean, Regina sees all the angles. That's why she's a photographer.
It is true. It is true.
So I'll spend one of my personal ones. This is important because this may save our butts when these photos get developed.
Ask your question. You get 1 question.
How comfortable? How much of a professional photographer is he? How comfortable is he with being and using this equipment?
You can't tell much from the skill you used about his internal self, right? His feelings, right?
Sure.
But you can tell his technique. And you can tell comfort with, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like that sort of physical comfort with things.
Yeah.
And you can also tell his practice.
Like, is his hand shaking? Does he not quite know where the
Yeah.
piece goes? Does he have a bad angle?
But it's more than just that. You can tell more than just that. I'm going to ask you a question, though, before I answer. And this is just me for clarification, because I think these things are important. Where did you learn your photography? Tell me about your history with photography.
Well, okay, that's interesting.
Mhm.
My father gave me the camera, though
Mhm.
I don't think he was necessarily an esteemed photographer. He just knew Regina would like it. And then I think it became more evident to her that she enjoyed it when it was acceptable to do it, because it was a chemistry based art form. So it was actually, it's like being given permission to play the drums in the garage. Right. Like it was okay for her to do that. Maybe not to be a painter, right, but she could do art history and she could do photography. And so it was the outlet. And so she learned a lot of the technique and technical stuff in a university setting. Like she had everything. So she has seen the best and the worst of the equipment, probably. I would imagine. And which she's probably studied things like lighting technique from a different perspective than, say, the stage. But like she would know, for example, that the 2 big windows maybe on either side of the fireplace are going to have a lot of light coming through them right now. So if we put our backs to it, there will be too much of a glare for our faces to possibly show, or it's going to be really dark. But she wants to know if she can deceive him. Like, if he's very knowledgeable, poor kid, then there's no way she's going to be able to be like, put us here. But she might be able to, trick him into choosing a bad angle or a bad lighting.
I feel like this is not all the places where you learned your photography, though. You learned from your dad, who's mostly doing like technical things, right? From the university and
field work.
And also you have a whole artistic scene that you've been around as well.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Regina has touched points inside of the art scene.
So, with that knowledge of where your photography comes from, this is what I can tell you.
Okay.
The equipment is very expensive, but not expensive like rich person expensive like high-end magazine expensive, right? So like this is probably work camera work. What you can tell from this fellow, young, is that he is comfortable with the equipment,
Right.
although you do not get the sense this is the kind of equipment that he was trained in, but he seems comfortable with it. When you see the way he works in terms of, and you watch him as he is sort of setting up to go and take this photograph, you have been photographed before, have you not? Well, you have, but I meant
Yes.
by fancy.
Yes. I imagine Regina can be seen because she's exactly who she says she is.
But also, I
right?
think when you were younger, right, there would have been sort of.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes. So I think that you are probably used to being photographed, right, for like society events and that sort of a thing. And maybe they were not focusing on you, but they might, like, because you maybe your father, right, and you're there.
Family photo, whatever.
Yeah, that sort of a thing. There's a way in which people who are professional commercial photographers set things up and record things. The kinds of ways in which your average sort of society photographer functions. You know what kind of angles they want. They want you to look really good, but they're like, there's a thing, right? They have for framing.
Yeah.
And there's often, for people who are, especially when you went to university, people are very well trained in the official way of doing things. There's like a process to go through. He is not doing those things.
Yeah.
Which does not mean that he's not good at what he does. You can tell he's actually very good at what he does. But what he is doing does not read to you as a commercial photographer. The angle he's going to get from that, the angle he's going to get is going to be a little tilted, and it's going to look kind of dramatic. And you can tell from the way he's aiming the camera that the light is going to hit that space in a way that's not, when you, if you ever watched like a Better Homes and Gardens, you ever saw one of those like at the newsstand, like, those kind of like, those like, these are like beautiful house photographs. They always do that sort of a thing. And they are always so very well lit and open and all of that. You can tell from the way he's tilting it, he's going to get a little bit of some dramatic shadow, and it's going to look a bit more like, probably look a little bit better in a gallery, and probably a bit more of an artistic
Regina's interest is, will it be enough to sell Oscar's face? Like, if not, then she needs to take precautions.
Yes. He's not taking a photograph of Oscar right now, but from your sense, he's good at what he does. He knows his stuff very well. He is doing his job, but he's giving it a bit of an artistic flair that probably is not what the boring magazine would want. Like, he does not read to you as you think that his tradition comes from somewhere else,
right?
In terms of what he does and how he does it, but he which says to you that he probably knows his stuff quite well and is able to adjust well, but he also clearly has a vision that he wants to have, which may not be what the magazine wants. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Regina will show him the spot, pull the curtains back on either side against the fireplace, to make sure that there's like a lot of backlight coming through to hope kind of silhouette us a little bit. So it's maybe even more dramatic. Regina plays mind games. That's what she does. So as she shows it to him, she says, "This will be the perfect location. Trust me. I studied photography for years in college as an art historian. Don't fuck these up." And she just kind of wants to like shake him a little, so maybe his hands, there's like shaking, or like he's not as confident in his abilities for this set.
This sounds to me as if you're making an attack.
I think I am, though I'm afraid well, let's see.
This seems like it is a social attack, because I don't know if you noticed, but we are sort of hanging out.
It's true.
In a bit
I can
of
do
a
a deceive advantage. Let's see.
A bit of a conflict is all I'm saying. Just a bit of a... Use
deceive instead of rapport when presenting myself as a good German. Is he German? He's not.
He's French.
Oh, that doesn't work then. Well, then I'm just gonna have to roll a flat rapport, y'all.
Please do.
Um,
And this will be. I'm gonna have to change that, and we'll put that there. And
do you have
then-
rapport? Do you have rapport?
I do.
Do you? Okay. Regina wants to make, I mean, it's a scene, right? This whole thing is a scene, and she knows it. We have to keep it going or it'll never sell. And Regina says, isn't that right, darling? Knowing that Oscar didn't hear what she said.
Yeah, Oscar would be like, yeah, but then he's going to just stare at the photographer.
My husband can
stare.
vouch for me.
We're gonna put you. I'm gonna bring you over to our initiative box so that you know. You know.
I got a
great.
great.
Because we're actually going into, as you were, conflict time, as it were. These are called Carling Rousseaus, but they're not. They are photographer and great. Well,
Yeah, I need this kid to mess up so bad. Like, be so nervous he can't possibly.
Let me roll his defense because he has one. Here we go.
Woo!
That's a 3, which is a good. And I will spend
That is
one of
pretty
my
good.
fate points.
Oh.
Yes, because he is, for his high concept, which is artistically inclined photographer. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know Regina. I'm gonna. You know what? This is important that Oscar's face comes off in the papers or wherever this is going to be printed, looking like the real,
Holgar.
you know, like Holgar Leixner. So this is important. I'm going to use a group fate point for this one.
Okay.
And the fact of the matter is, we are, the Roses of Paris are playing both sides. Which is what we're trying to do right now.
This is true.
on
This
and
is
try to
true.
fake film. Yeah.
He will have to take that stress, which is 1 stress for him that he's taken. Who would you like to pass it to? As you sort of try to shift him.
Regina, I think is gonna pass it to. I think she's gonna pass it to Nikoletta, and she says, "Isn't that right, Nikoletta? I used to photograph you all the time."
Nicoletta smiles. She goes, "Indeed, you did. That's true. So, here we are together, all friendly. Tell me, how has your trip been?"
Oh, yes, my trip. It was wonderful. I went and visited some family property, something left to me in the will by my father and mother.
Oh, and she sort of like gestures to the reporter. Her father died recently, a hero to Germany, but also a lover of France. And Regina here is fluent in French and somewhat of an artist. A very, very talented woman she is. The perfect bride for our brilliant director. And as a matter of fact, she says, as she sort of just pats your hand and gives a look to Oscar, just a kind of a brief look. As a matter of fact, she has agreed to be the godmother of the child that my husband and I will be carrying, because, after all, there's nothing more important than friendship and family. And, well...
Regina goes, since she mentioned French, so Regina says, "Oui." After losing our own child, she reminds the reporter, "I thought that it was the least that I could do." And she looks right back.
And she smiles. She goes, "Now, I must say, well, my dear friend Regina is, well, one of the most fascinating women I know. Her husband, Holger Leixner, is, well..." And she smiles at you, Oscar. She says, "I think that I would describe him as, and no, and my husband is brilliant, of course, but I think of Oscar as a hero, someone who defends those who
Olga.
oh, I'm so sorry. Holga, a hero, someone who defends those who need defense, someone who has, well, I mean, you all heard about him. He's saved the opera singer, Frida Englund, from attack, and he's run off into the streets when people have needed it. He is one of the bravest people, and I know that he is one of those people who would defend the people of France, and that his work here is something meant to make us all feel safe and bring us together. She is doing an attack upon you, dear Oscar. As she gives you this look, focusing on your heroic nature, shall we say. And she's going to do a rapport. She does not get her +2 for her stunt, however, but a superb.
What is that, Will?
Mm-hmm.
Can I help with that in any way?
She's beating you by 3 at the moment.
I concede.
Oh.
I'm not fighting her.
Oh my goodness. Well. People, Oscar just conceded. Y'all. But you have to concede after the roll is resolved. We have to resolve the roll first, and then you can concede.
Okay.
But you can do so immediately. That's 3 stress.
Mm-hmm.
Mental.
Boop.
Then you concede.
Wow.
Well then, you know this has some meaning for it. It means
She gets an aspect on me, I think, and I get to decide how I get out of here, right?
She gets what she wants,
Mm-hmm.
but you decide how you're taking out of the scene. And once the scene is over, you get another fate point, because concessions give fate points.
That's what I thought.
Uh-huh. So what she wants from you specifically, because you are her target at this moment, she wants you to, because you've had some conversations with her before about her husband perhaps being a serial killer, and she was like, that's some information, let me check that out. And she has been floating about in spaces trying to see what she can do in terms of allies, protection perhaps. What she wants out of this from you is that she wants you to be, how do I put this? She wants you to be inclined, if things go bad, to protect her against him. She wants to sort of bring you into a space where you will either, through guilt or whatever will do it, either rivalry with him or whatever it might be, will get you, if it comes down to it, to not watch her die. There is some concern she has about her, let's say, safety, and she thinks that you might be a person who could do something about that physically, were it to get to that space.
Gotcha. So I feel a need to protect her.
Well, for whatever reason.
From Elias, specifically.
So specifically. Okay. That like, she's just like, in case, right? Because she knows that you two have a thing. And she's like, you might be able to mitigate things. And it's just and you can see that there's a weird vibe between them. You know what I mean? Like, there's a weird vibe between them. And she is just sort of framing you as very heroic for the press, in a way that, like, just to put a little bit light pressure on you to, just in case. Just in case.
Gotcha.
Not that you have to go after him, but like, if
In the defense of, gotcha.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, so there have been no photos of Hogar yet that have any type of.
That is correct.
So I had to remove myself from the scene.
Yes.
So to do so, what he would have done is from the beginning, as soon as he saw a photographer was there, the wine that we had out, that was, early wine, he would have taken one of the napkins when they came in, and he would have made sure that he got several drops of that on the blind side of one of those white napkins. And as soon as she starts talking to him, he starts to, yeah. And then he is going to proceed to devolve into a coughing fit that Greg can do, but then Greg starts to really cough, and that's not great. And as he does so, he pulls the handkerchief up, exposing through the two fingers the drops of wine that are on there that look very much like blood or matter of some type. And this is something that Oscar has been working on for the 3-month period, that nobody knows why he is losing this weight. Nobody knows why. And he wants to play it up for Elias and Nikoletta here. And so he is going to pretend to not cough. He is going to pretend to keep it. And then he's going to look desperately at Regina. And then he is going to get up and just with a wave, he's going to cough out, "Excuse me," as he goes to the bathroom.
I stand when he stands, the polite thing to do. And Regina says, "Please excuse my husband. He seems to have picked up a slight cold amongst the travels."
Nicoletta's going to pass it to Elias, because at the moment it's the Elias, the photographer, and the reporter. And Nikoletta would rather not pass it to the photographer or the reporter at the moment. So she's going to pass it to her husband, because she feels like she can handle him. And she'll say, she turns to him and she goes, "Darling, I'm afraid it looks like Holger Leixner is not doing well. Why don't you stay here, and I'm going to just make sure he's all right." And she will sort of like kind of just help guide you towards the room. She's not planning on necessarily being inappropriate, but she's just leaving the table, leaving him there, as she just makes sure that you're okay.
Well, as I can get myself out of this, he would have moved before she got there to help him. And when he gets back to their bedroom door, she would get there to help as the door would slam in her face.
She doesn't seem like she's actually trying to follow you for real. It seems like she's trying to get out of the area, right? It's like it's like an excuse. It's an excuse to kind of follow you a little bit out of the way, leaving them there at that table. And so she kind of just like moves out as she like says, "Oh, husband, take care of this." And he sort of looks around and he goes, "Well, he looks at everybody and he goes, this..."
Regina, this is great. Regina's gonna just, are we out of combat? Are we out of the conflict?
Nope.
Okay, so I can't take action. Never mind.
I mean, you can chat, but like in terms of like in a
okay, yeah. Regina will just say, "Did you know?" And she looks right at the reporter, cuts stink eye to the photographer, back to the reporter. "Elias is a great hunter."
This is true. I am able to take down, my gossiping about that is not as important. Please, I have to say, because now you've given him an idea, right? And now he feels a little bit more comfortable. And he goes,
that was the point, I guess.
Regina Leixner, this Frau Leixner, is actually an expert in hunting as well, and we have spoken about this at great lengths. I've always thought that hunting is something fundamentally German about hunting, and actually I've always thought that there's been And he sort of leans in towards Regina, but he's speaking to the reporter. One of the things about the Reich, where we are now, is that the Reich believes in the power and strength of women as mothers, as those who will bring forth the next generation. The Übermensch. But you see, unlike, and he almost says it, but he stops himself. Other countries whose women are pampered. The German women can take care of themselves and others. And Frau Leixner has been known to hunt herself. And this is something that speaks well to all of the German women, and that your French women could perhaps learn something from. The art of hunting.
Oh, Jaeger. And she pats his hand very gently. He does flatter. I haven't been hunting for many years. I did it as a girl. I guess a family full of military men and hunters meant that I was inevitably going to learn. Now I have, in fact, as Jaeger has pointed out, taken up the rightful place as a German woman. I hope to have another child one day. And she kind of, again, grabs that spot where she shot herself, you know, to like play it up. She says, but until then, I am a doting wife.
Yes, this is true about her, but I must say, as the current acting head of the SS here in Paris, there is something that I want all of you people to know.
Oh, no.
We here in Paris, especially the SS, we understand that there has been violence in the streets, and that there have been violence that has led to the curtailing of certain rights of people. But as the acting head of the SS, I want you all to know that I have a great judge of character, and I have a great love for the people of France, and for what is right and order. And with such beautiful celebrities as Herr Leixner and Frau Leixner, and the combined sort of connection between us and them, I will be able to keep you safe, and I would say absolutely and very much that there will be a new dawn for all of us here in Paris. And he is going to try to create an advantage for himself. And
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to help him with this?
He is going to take oh my goodness, his social skills are very, very good. Yeah.
You know what? Regina is planning a very important party. And she needs front page placement. Standing next to one of the most important men in France could help with that. And so she is going to help him with this, create an advantage for himself if that's what he's trying to do. And she sees it and she says, yes, what a fantastic moment. 2 German hunters here in Paris to bring peace. And she stands and she says, I think it's a perfect time for a photo. So if we get a better story with a photo without, then we don't have to worry about covering for his face. And so Regina stands and says, would you?
And he's going to roll. Oh, his social skills are so good. He's going to roll his rapport.
Okay. Well, I have rapport, so I can at least help him with a 1.
That's great, because his rapport is very good.
Well, this may be to our disadvantage, y'all, but at the moment, I think it's to our advantage.
Again,
holy moly!
That was with the +1. And he's there, and as he's trying to show how charming he is,
I tried to help.
His eyes are just dead. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's got these dead eyes, and he's talking about how he's trying to do. You've seen Oscar do this at parties. You've seen him do it, and you can tell that Elias is trying to do the Oscar where he's like being charming and magnanimous and like
Yeah.
making the big thing. And he says all of the words, but his there's just something off-putting about him. Do you know what I mean? Like there's just something a little creepy about this fellow. He just seems like the kind of person who might torture you a lot for no reason.
Well, Regina is not gonna act fey. She's all
No.
she can do is try to help
Yes.
make everybody feel more comfortable.
And the reporter and the photographer just sort of look at this scene and they're like, okay. And like they take notes. The photographer comes up and takes Elias gives it to the photographer who takes a photograph of you both. And then is gonna like step out of this space, hand it over to the reporter. And the
okay. Oh, that's just the reporter's turn.
Yeah. And the reporter is also going to like, take some good notes. Is also going to concede out of this space because they're like, this is kind of creepy. We got some stories. We're gonna go.
Great. And they didn't get too many photos. Wonderful. And Regina goes, just loud enough for them to, I'm so glad they're gone. Now I can have a smoke. And she grabs the pack she pulled out. Now they hopefully won't take any more pictures of Regina smoking. And she lights up, waiting for them to disappear.
And the reporter and the photographer, they've taken their photographs. It looks good. They're going to leave, and leaving you and Elias there at the table. The photographer will pass it back to Regina as the hostess and will say, mademoiselle, thank you for welcoming us to your home. It is beautiful. We are certain to make a very good story about the new head of the acting head of the SS and his very comfortable friendships and personability. And they walk out as they hand it back to you. And Nikoletta, once they leave, sort of like starts making her way back in. And she sits next to you.
I don't know that Regina wants to fight them necessarily.
You can concede.
So, do you always have cameras and reporters with breakfast?
And Elias goes, it's good for publicity. We have to think about these things, apparently.
Of course. But what is good for the two of you?
Breakfast, he says. And like clearly there's something off about him. He's like he doesn't seem to be in the best mood. There's he's not happy, it doesn't seem. And she's like, well, I wanted to make sure that we have not seen you in so long. I want to check in with how you are doing.
Our time away was refreshing.
Mm-hmm. And she just like pats your hand again, right, in this way as she's sitting next to you, kind of across from him, and you're both on the same side of the table.
Regina goes, what is that smell? Oh, she sniffs the air around her and gives that like disgusted face, and then goes, oh, it must be these French flowers.
She says, kind of like noting you. Well, Regina, would you want to, I don't know, go out to a show or something sometime soon? Just us ladies?
Of course.
Good.
Though I am a tad busy right now. I guess I could go ahead and tell you. The Nightingale and I are throwing a brunch. Ladies only. And she looks right at Jaeger when she says that. Like, you can't come.
And he does not look like he wants to go to any kind of society party whatsoever. But he tries to look like he is off. He's off. He's somewhat distracted.
Can I spend my turn rolling a discover action on him?
Absolutely.
I want to know what's wrong with him.
Empathy.
Someone hasn't been able to kill.
That's what I assume, but empathy is not my best roll, y'all.
Empathy is for his feelings.
Yeah. I want to know what he's hiding. Yeah, I guess I have to roll empathy. The dice are on my side.
Well,
Look at that roll.
That's
That's
that was a critical
that was
roll.
a
That's as good
crit.
as I could possibly get. I want to know what's wrong with him.
I'm going to roll his deceive. He has a stunt that helps him with deceive in certain circumstances, but this is not the circumstance.
Great. Oh!
You succeed with style. You may get 2 questions or a question and a boost.
What is wrong? Why is he so upset?
He does not want this promotion.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And it is frustrating him. He does not want this promotion. He does not want to be here right now, having a lunch, a breakfast with reporters. He does not want this job. He is quite unhappy about this promotion. You can tell. Like, he's not.
Would I be able to assume, without asking a question, that is because he'd rather be with his dad, like doing what his father's doing?
That would be an assumption, but that would be a question.
A question.
Yeah.
So here's a better question. What would he rather be doing?
That is a good question. You watch him, right? As you two are talking about some kind of...
Yeah. I'm like fluttering about brunch, which is all just bullshit.
Yeah, and he is like just sort of... He's got his fork, and he's sort of playing with the plate a little bit, and you can see him sort of thinking, and he kind of looks out the window a little bit, and his hand shakes just a little bit. As you can see, like, there's this tension, and like you're all talking about whatever it is you're talking about, and you know, and he kind of like tugs at his badge as he's sort of been promoted. Have you ever seen? You have, haven't you? An animal that's in a cage that wants to move, that wants to roam, that wants to be free and out there, you know? But it's not. It's in a cage. And
it's asking a hunter to be a politician.
Yes, and he's playing with his collar a little bit, and you can tell there's something about the way that he chafes at the uniform that he's in right now. He doesn't want to be sitting at all. He doesn't want to be behind a desk. He does not want to be in the position. He wants to be out there hunting.
Mm-hmm.
He does not want to be here in charge of the SS. It's a great temporarily. It's a great promotion. It's very prestigious. It looks really great. It'll get him all sorts of power and influence, and I'm sure people will be impressed by that.
Regina goes, well, I can't tell you everything. Of course, I have to keep something for surprise, but... Well, I have to know, when was the last time the two of you took a vacation? Got out of the city for a while.
And she... May I ask you who you pass it to? Since we're technically still in a conflict.
Jaeger.
Jaeger? Interesting.
Ask him, when was the last time you took a vacation? It was good, the fresh air, a little mountain breeze.
I the sort of person who likes to work rather than vacation, he says.
Yes, but all work and no play. I imagine the city is... I know it wears on me, as a hunter myself.
I don't think of... And he kind of looks over to the place where Oscar has left, and he sighs. I don't have the opportunity to vacation at the moment.
Oh, the most powerful man in France can't take a vacation.
I'm not the most powerful man in France.
Oh, and who would you say is?
Well, of course, General Shrapnel, he's in charge of everything. And he looks at his wife for a moment. And he fixes her with a gaze. And he says to her, being in this position does not let me do the things that I want to do, and it makes me cranky. And he will make an attack on her with a bonus because he has a stunt that allows him to intimidate people when he's subtly threatening violence towards them. And she is going to roll her will because, she'd like to do that. And she just smiles at him as he seems to be irritated with the situation that he's in and seems to be blaming her for it. And she just smiles happily without much going on. And he has to pass it to her. And she says, well, Regina, why don't you and I go shopping?
I would love to, but it is Hogarth's last day of vacation. I was hoping to spend it with him.
She leans in to you just a little bit. And she makes those eyes. And she says, with a rapport attack, just a little closer than she might do. And she says, but my dear, it has been so long since we spent any time together, and I imagine we have quite a lot to catch up on. If you would, I would very much appreciate it. That's a will defense.
Well, I have a stunt for this because I am set in my ways.
I've heard that about you.
Good.
Oof. Oof.
I go, as much as I would like to have a quaint Monday afternoon.
I'm sorry.
As your husband...
I have to interrupt you.
Oh.
Yes, you succeeded on your defense with style.
Oh.
That means you get a boost. On her.
Oh, what do I want to call this?
Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm.
The breakfast table was turned.
Yeah. So Regina simply says, as much as I'd like to have a quaint Monday afternoon, as your husband pointed out to the reporter, we all have duties right now. And unfortunately, I can't stray from mine. To go shopping. And I judge just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. She has to pass it to someone. She doesn't like the situation at all. She is going to concede. Is what she's going to do, because then she can take herself out of the scene how she wants. And then she'll say, well, I suppose if you can't go shopping with me because you have duties, I will have to go shopping by myself. Darling, she says, I feel like since your very good dear friend seems to be in some distress, you might want to check in on him. I will meet you back home. And she, dumping him here, is going to leave without him. And that will be her concession because she is leaving without him.
We're minorly alone now.
Oh yes, it's just you two, and she
Regina
passes it to you.
Regina ashes the cigarette and goes, "Ugh. Well, I'm glad that's over.
Yeah.
I hate stupid breakfasts.
As do I. What is wrong with him?
Like I said, he's a little ill.
Hmm. That's no good.
All work and no play. And she takes a deep drag on a cigarette and ashes it again. She says, but really, Jaeger,
But
I know that on the occasion, everybody needs a break. Give yourself an afternoon. Go to the farmlands or something and get some fresh air. Take a step outside the city. It'd be good for you.
I wish.
Regina leans in and she goes, listen, Jaeger, I know that you and your wife have a deal going on. You're in contract with one another or whatever it is. And trust me, I understand. But she doesn't know what's actually good for you.
My having to stay here is now part of my job. As you know, Paris is quite tense. There's much work to do.
You don't seem to enjoy your time in the city.
Ah, the city's beautiful.
You just wish to be doing something else.
Everyone has different skills.
It's true. It has taken me a long time to accept my fate. What I am meant to be. And she gestures for the scarf or the bandana around her neck, you know, the beautiful scarf she took of her mother's, and her father's pin, of course, is like pinned it. She says, in fact, my vacation, I took some personal time, especially after losing the baby and all. I needed to reconnect. A strange past with my father, I guess, and seeing his grave was, well, it rallied some emotions. But I imagine that you don't know anything about that.
I'm sorry to hear about the death of your father. I have a question for both you and also Greg. I feel this might actually be relevant to Greg more than Dot. Greg, what goal did you have in that conflict before you conceded?
In the conflict with Nikoletta?
The large group conflict, yes.
To get out. He had no goal other than to escape.
Say more.
I mean, the goal is ultimately not to be found out to be Oscar Mueller instead of Holgar Leichner.
Fair.
Yes. The
Yes.
other thing would be is since you mentioned it, if I'm allowed to have a goal, then the
Everyone
goal
has
would
a
be
goal.
yeah, the goal would be he wants to get out of the building using this as a way to kind of, since they've irritated the Leichners, hopefully they won't come back up to deal with them for a bit. And we do have a table big enough to hide somebody in if we were having a sex farce. So that's how he was going to get out of the.
Okay. What about you?
Pushed by a maid.
What about
who
you,
happens
Dot?
to be.
What about me, Dot?
What is your goal right now?
My goal,
conflict?
in the truth of it is to suss out some more information about how he's feeling with his, like it to find his weakness in his dad, because this is a new bit of information Regina hasn't. She's not poked that.
Okay. I just wanted to know. By the way, it is still yours, and he's frustrated. Yes, well, the problem is it says you don't get a vacation so much when you're trying to deal with a city that's in trouble.
And she kind of grabs the pin again. Well, I guess nobody's holding you here unless you would like to hide out for a little while longer.
He pulls out a pocket watch. Probably 15 minutes.
Would you like a smoke?
Yeah. Tell me.
She hands him one.
As he takes it. When are you going hunting with me?
When you can take a vacation.
Hunting is not vacation.
I guess that depends on whether or not you're looking to enjoy your time away. I'd consider that's a vacation.
No.
Well, then it is a vacation. Or a holiday if you prefer something a little bit more.
It's a weekend. So,
Who taught you to hunt?
me.
I imagine you didn't come out of the womb with a rifle in hand.
No. This, I feel like, is an attack, and I feel like
Yep.
this is a discover action.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What do I want to roll for this?
Mm-hmm.
What can I roll for this? Rapport or empathy, right?
Rapport.
Um,
Or empathy, actually, either one.
neither
one.
one are terribly good. Let's see. Okay. No, I can use deceive instead of report when I'm presenting myself as a good German to I am. From one German to another good German, I am. So I'm going to use deceive. Yeah. Rapport. And so she asked him, who taught you to hunt?
Now, I'm going to note that his stunt does come into play here.
Okay.
Just going to note it.
Ooh.
And he smiles. He goes, oh, one picks up things here and there. And there's something a little cold about it, but not towards you.
Yeah, sure.
Like, there's a coldness about him, but it's not directed towards you at all, as he sort of smiles, unless you want to spend, you'd have to spend 2 points.
No, he can have this one.
Yeah.
Just so he doesn't, you know.
Yeah.
I still got information.
Yeah. And he sort of smiles, and he goes, all right. And he looks at you. Regina Krause, why don't you tell me about the best hunt you ever did? Tell me exactly how you did it, where you were. Tell me how it smelled. I want you to think about it and tell me about it. And this is a provoke attack.
Okay.
He wants to waken your hunter's
silly man.
instincts, as it were.
The only thing I'm about to awaken is his pants.
he wants a little bit of that. That's a 4 against your will.
So that's a will.
Mm-hmm.
Hunting is a part of, I would say, Regina's core identity, and for her, it is not in any way attached to the kind of pleasure that he has. So I would say he's trying to change her core identity. So I'm going to use my stunt again.
That is fair.
Epic.
He will spend a fate point to bring that up to a 6.
Okay.
And he's going to use his aspect. It's his relationship aspect that he's going to use. And it is difficult. That he is difficult. Which makes it, that he's a little bit harder to turn the tables on. He can stonewall a relationship when he's not really excited about it in certain ways, so that gives him a little bit of a... so you're not going to get a boost on him on that one, is what I'm going to say.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Regina leans in and she says, well, you know that everybody's best hunt is always their first one. It's the one that changes you.
Yes. He is going to concede before you take your turn.
He knew. He knows I'm getting too close.
He goes, this is so.
And she says, but I didn't answer your question. At least not to the full depths of which you asked it. She leans in and she says, my grandfather tricked me. He told me I was hunting bird. All I had on me was a small rifle and a knife at my side. In fact, he released a wild boar. I fought for my life and I wrestled it to the ground, sweat, blood. And I jammed my knife in its neck. spilling it open, bleeding it dry. My family had bacon for weeks.
That is a good hunt. Your goal for this conflict was?
My goal for this conflict was to ease, to bring down some of his walls, and to further entice him. Right? She's just weaving that web.
And he goes, that is a good hunt. It's good.
Those days are long since past, right, Elias?
Is that true?
Well, they are for me, but not you.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Well, it is the Germany we all wish for.
Is it? If it is so, what you say, I shall take my leave. And he stands. And he gives a salute.
She, of course, nod, agrees, looks at the painting glamorously, and goes to the door to, like, walk him out.
And he walks out. And he goes, your man. He will undo you.
I lean in the doorframe with him very close, and I say, Jaeger, no man has ever undone me.
No, not that way. I can only protect you for so long. He's a liability.
Then I suggest, if you want me to stick around, you help me find a better place to be.
Yes, but as you've made very clear, you are happy where you are, madame.
Jaeger. I close the door, lock it. Lock it. I go immediately to look for Oscar,
who had put himself in his room.
The door's open.
Oscar.
Are they gone?
They're gone.
Good.
I throw a dish rag or napkin at him. What is this nonsense about you being sick? When were you going to tell us?
I didn't want to take the photograph of me.
Yes, but now I get it. The lean figure, the coughing. What are you trying to do?
Don't tell anyone, Regina, but I am in disguise.
No. Consider me flattered. Oh, look, pearls today. Clutched.
Was they gone, I'm assuming?
Oh, yes. I talked them right out of the room. The good news is they can't stand to be around one another, so they seem to cause more conflict for each other than I had to bother with, but I will say this. Jaeger is antsy. He's very unhappy with his position. Some of it, I think, has to do with Daddy Dearest, but the other part of it is it's in his nature, if you know what I mean.
They have no concern to us. He will burn himself out soon.
He seems to believe the same, poor you, and that you'll bring me down, or that you will bring me down with you.
Who could ever bring down Regina?
That may be true, but I think what I mean is we managed our way around cameras today, but how long will your disguise actually hold out?
Just as long as the premiere.
Are you going to tell me what it is you've got scheming?
Well, if it gets out that I'm sick, then perhaps the widow of Leichner is still viewed as a friend of the Reich.
Ugh. You'd have me do this alone.
Never alone. But you were saying that you know something about Elias. He is what do the Americans say, is a one-trick pony. um, Nikoletta, she is not. She is many tricks. She is scared. She's very, very scared. She is
Well, she should be. She lives with a serial killer.
Yeah, yeah, but more so than she has let on before.
And that is true. By the way, she has not that vibe when you talked to her before, Oscar. That is not the vibe she had before this moment. She's always felt like she's like, you have confronted her with this. She's like, I can handle him. She has never been worried about him before. Perhaps a little bit here and there, but like, this is different.
I've been simmering on this problem, which she is, as always. But it seems that her interests have shifted. She cares much for this necessary need of a child. And I don't know if it's because she believes that it will protect her from Jaeger, or if it truly is something she desires.
Self-preservation.
That being said, she's not a stupid woman. And put under the right circumstances and offered the right trade, she might accept.
What could you offer her that is of greater worth than her life?
The life of her child. And her together. If she thinks that one day Jaeger won't break, she's wrong. And she knows it. Now more than ever before.
You have your brunch coming up. I'm sure that Nikoletta will be joining you there.
Yeah, she wanted to go dress shopping today. I would rather have shot myself in the foot.
Yeah. Perhaps whenever you see her again, you could let her know in no simple terms that perhaps there's a way for her to maintain her status and remain living without Elias.
My thoughts exactly. Something to simmer on. As for Elias, you're right. He will eventually dig his own hole. Any animal kept in a cage turns either on itself or every hand that feeds it.
To be sooner rather than later.
It will be.
There's a reason why he has never achieved any type of promotion or been given any type of authority. Berlin, knew what would happen. His very appointment here speaks of desperation as they try to put a suit on a lion.
Well, who's to say we don't let the lion do what he does best? Maybe they're right. He is going to screw it up.
Yeah.
Let him screw it up. Then they can fire him.
They won't fire him. He has risen too high. Higher than Tristan.
Well, then he won't be our problem anymore. And one more reason for her to have to succumb to our help.
We should put our heads together and see exactly what it is. I know she is relatively new here in Paris, but perhaps there's something more that she has. She seems like someone who has kept secrets on everyone.
Absolutely. And my question is, where's she getting a child? I know it's not hers. And she was poking around Pretum for a while, asking him to find her one.
Yeah.
So my question is, where is she acquiring such a rare item, especially when her own husband can't get it up?
Yeah. And we must remember is that despite all of her manipulations, I doubt that her theatrical ability will be able to extend this far, and I know Elias's won't.
Come, you're not feeling well. Maybe we should take a trip to the doctor. We had some other business to take care of today.
Yeah, I'm going to go see Pritam, but my motorcycle is downstairs in the shed.
Wait, we're going to take the motorcycle?
It's the last thing that they would expect.
Yes, but you're sick. Shouldn't we just take a car?
Oh, Hogar is going to be in bed. Oscar's not. He jumps up off of the push-up position. I am fit as a fiddle. I'm as right as the rain.
Yes, I understand that, but you're going to sneak out of the garage downstairs on a motorbike?
Yeah,
Oh.
I've done it 3 times.
Well, excuse me while I take the food cart out. It's not quite as easy for me to disappear.
I have to get inside the food cart.
I was going to get inside the food cart.
You're going to push it. You are the maid. I don't make the rules.
She turns and she knows he's right. She has to wear the maid uniform down. So she tries to get all kind of disguised up and comes out. And she goes, well.
Yeah, he would again be donning that laborer's outfit that he normally has. And with the amount of like dirt that's on the jacket, coal implications and things of that nature, as Greg has been doing some studying of his own, the rag that he would wear around his mouth would be just great for a bit of
Nice little high stakes shenanigans. Okay, while he kind of gets dressed, Regina will put on the maid costume. No new phone was delivered, was it?
Not yet, because they're a little worried. They kind of wanted to wait for people to.
Now I did check this. They have such a thing in hotels,
Yes.
like a do not disturb sign.
Yep.
But it wasn't a sign, it was a button that was depressed or something that popped out of the door. Right. Would they have something like that, I'm assuming?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, he's going to push that out and like to the point where it almost looks like it's broken. Like the button would be depressed so much it would be like 2 inches out instead of just like.
Regina goes to the hallway when she sees what he's up to, which is to make sure nobody comes to bother us. And she says, and loud, since no one delivered a new phone, I guess I'm going to have to just tell you all. Do not bother us today. It's the last day of vacation and we are locking ourselves in. It slams the door. And we expect dinner after dark. Bring champagne. She like slams the door.
There are guards at the elevator, right? Because there are guards all over this building. And I will say the security has gotten much tighter at this building because there was an assassination attempt on our general, and so there's a lot of very armed people, and the people who work here who are French seem to be less happy about their lives because there's a lot of frisking of them. And it's a very uncomfortable situation that people are currently working in. They would never, of course, frisk German women who like,
right.
You know what I mean? But there's just it's just a kind of a fairly unpleasant vibe in the entire city at this moment, which is what happens when a bunch of people died in a gas attack. And it's you have been here. It is a thing that you know how to get in and around it, but you also know that this is like everybody's on edge and nobody's particularly happy at this moment, right? I mean, good old Elias is now the temporary head of the SS,
right?
Temporary, and there was just an attempted attack on the general by the SS, and so now he's up there. There's a lot of dancing going on, a lot of security. Everybody's really stressed out at the moment in a very interpersonal kind of a way. And
when Regina's done making a scene, she kind of closes the door and clicks it behind her, and she says, "The only way we're getting out of here is to make it seem as if they kicked us out. So
you dress up, and then I am going to throw something at you, and then I'm going to get under the table."
Wonderful. I'll play it up. Shouldn't be a problem, but there are some guards at the end, so Regina
just
like moves the gun up
Casper
a
and
little
Brockhaus.
bit
Yeah.
higher on her leg,
Yep,
knowing they
yep.
may frisk her, but just getting it a little tighter in the crevice, and putting it all on, wig, dark colored wig, of a
Yep.
French woman, maybe adds a beret just to sell it. And she says, "All right, are you ready?"
Yeah, open the door.
I kind of creak the door open like from the side so I can't be seen immediately.
He would throw as soon as you've cleared the portal, he's going to throw like a tea saucer out.
Yeah.
And as soon as it crashes, they would hear him, Hogar Leichner, yell out, "This juice has pulp!"
And immediately Regina backing it out kind of changes her stature and her stance. Is like, we she kind of backs out and she gives you the signal like, "Get in the cart."
Oh yeah, he slides in. He's already kind of,
and she kind of begins pushing it and closes the door very quickly behind her, and mutters to herself in an uneasy way to try to sell that, like, this poor woman got caught behind at breakfast, and she'll take the elevator down.
Well, you have to get to the elevator.
Right.
When you get there, you have to wait because they have to call it.
Right.
Because they have to operate it. And they're standing there, and one of them leans over to you and goes, "Sorry." And he says it in French, not so good, but
Thank you. They are very particular.
Yeah, it's and you can tell his French is not particularly good.
Yeah. She leans in and she goes, "I would not check on them. They are very personal."
And he nods, trying to like pick up your French, right? He's like listening.
She kind of makes emotions that would not.
And then they hear the elevator dings, and they pull back the gate, and the door opens, and there are 4 soldiers with guns inside the elevator, and the general Shrapnel and his attaché, and they just hold up their hand. The door shuts, and it goes back down, and they're like,
Shrapnel was in there. We She kind of nods as if again, like, light conversation.
And it's awkward, and you can tell there's like something, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, there's a lot, and then they say, and you have to wait for the elevator to come back up. The doors open, and they go, and like there's an elevator operator there, French fellow, who waits for you both waits you to come in right with the cart. They shut the doors behind you, and the fellow goes to you, goes, in French, right? A good working class French. And he goes, "It's hell. This moment, this is just the worst, huh?"
The city is struggling.
Yes. Well, one of these days, huh?
One of these days.
Looks at you.
She kind of keeps her head down. She goes, "Please. I'm so sorry, my hair." She pulled it.
I need a deception from you.
Okay,
Can I help?
How would you do that?
Was it 2?
I jump out and kill the guy.
No.
That's a kind of a help.
They were so mean. The likeness.
And I will use a fate
I'm
point,
going to
native French.
Right. I'm going to spend a fate point as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I mean, I'm trained for this.
You are. This is true.
This is what I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make that a 4.
You're tied. With a tie, you can have a success at a minor cost. You can fail but gain a boost, or you can partially succeed.
You said I could get a boost?
You can fail but get a boost, succeed at a minor cost, or partially succeed.
I think I'll succeed at a minor cost. It's more important we get out of here, I think, at this point than anything. Like the elevator makes it just in time, kind of a thing.
Yeah. He goes, wait a minute. I don't know you. When did you start working here?
Just the other day. But I can imagine I shall work much longer. She did not like me, the lady.
She does not like anyone.
She's so mean.
What is your name?
Simone.
Huh.
A new job. At least it is not, well, on the streets.
Looks you up and down. Try to figure you out. You know?
Can Regina knock like a cup and have to catch it or something? Yeah, she wants to create a little bit of a distraction here.
He says, listen to me.
Me?
I'm going to want something from you, Simone.
From me? I am just a young girl.
That works. I need you to do something for me.
Okay.
I need you to carry something from one place to the next.
What is it?
It does not matter what it is a package.
Oh, a package? For who?
It's not so important, is it?
Guess not.
No. You are, as you say, just a young girl. No one would suspect you.
I can imagine not. Is this a secret? From an admirer?
Sure. And he reaches into his incoat pocket and he pulls out like a small envelope. Brown. This. You take this. When you get out of the elevator on your way to the kitchen, there's a man sitting at the bar, heavy set, balding. You give him that.
Wait, I can do that.
If you don't do it, it will not go so well for you.
Oh, no, please. I of course, I would drop it.
Just give it to him.
Oui.
Good. By the way, Simone, I will make sure you continue to work here. I have connections. Everyone cares about the elevator operator. We see everything. So, I will ask you for more favors.
Absolutely.
You don't want me in the street, right?
No.
Good. I will be asking you for some favors here and then. Go. And he opens the door for you.
And she slides out as soon as the door closes. What is the surround? Like, where do we empty out into?
The lobby.
Oh, okay.
Also, community challenge, 50% complete.
Woo! Hey! Halfway there.
Halfway there.
Regina wants to read this envelope.
And you are in the lobby, and you can see this man by the bar.
Who is it? Do I know him?
You do not know him. I might have a photograph of him up there, though. Do I? I might. I mean, I know of a photograph of him. The question is, do I have him up here for you at the moment? Because Oh yeah, I do. I have a photograph of him right here. I'm just gonna let you see what he looks like. This fellow, and
Hmm.
y'all can see what he looks like as well.
German?
You don't know. You've not spoken to him. But yeah, there's a fellow just waiting there in a very fine suit, waiting.
I don't want to draw too much attention. But I need to. There's probably like liquid left on the table and stuff like that from where we cleaned up. Regina is gonna very quickly as they get off. She's
And
just
there
gonna
are
like
guards at the outside the elevator.
on the outside next
Mhm.
to me. Oh, then she can spill it. She just can't open it in front of them. Ooh. Can I roll a deceive to try to slip this into Holgar
Yes.
or to Oscar to read very quickly and pass back to me before we
Yes.
get there?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any way Regina can do it without being seen, but I think Oscar can do it without being seen.
Mm-hmm. Because he's under the table. Absolutely.
Mhm.
I'm gonna need a stealth from you.
I can
Oh, okay.
assist with that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you
Great.
can.
Okay. You've heard all of this. You know what's up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Am I able to roll to like take it from her?
Um,
Because I have a stunt that's in play right now for a +2 if we want it. Okay.
yeah.
How did I do? I did fair.
Give me yours.
Take my help action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Even better.
Okay. How does Oscar get it from her?
If she is as soon as he would be able to observe like
Mhm.
from like waist
Oh,
level all this stuff that
absolutely.
was going on.
Absolutely.
As soon as she goes to like stow it, as soon as she makes the one movement and her hands don't move, he just takes it and pulls it down the rest of the way from the blind side of the table.
Nice.
It is a fat stack of cash. It is a lot of money. It is not just German marks, it's also French francs, and there are also American dollars in there as well, and British pounds. It is a fat stack of cash. A lot of cash.
And I like it's like heavy card, it's probably too big for this small.
Yep.
And I kind of play it up as I like roll it over and try get it back a sleight of hand, or maybe Oscar slips into my pocket. I don't know how Oscar would do it.
It's not a lot, by the way. It's not a lot of German money. It's mostly, and it's not a lot of French. It's a lot more American and British money.
Okay. He wants to take just enough to make it look like it's been skimmed.
All right. Mm-hmm. Which ones do you take?
He's going to take $5 of the U.S. currency.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna note that.
Make sure you lick it and put it back.
Mm-hmm. And with that, superb. You can absolutely pass that back to her.
Regina gets there just in time to make a sound like, and she goes, "Excuse me, sir, monsieur."
Really?
She kind of walks up close and quaintly, and she says, "A gentleman from the elevator. He was very secretive, but he wanted me to give you this." And I kind of slip the envelope kind of quietly over to him.
He takes it.
Would you tell him I did a good job?
Oui.
Thank you, sir.
He looks you up and down.
The dishes.
Would you like a fate point?
Sure.
Would you like to know what it's for before you say yes?
Yes. Does he recognize me?
In the spotlight would say he does.
I feel like that's really bad idea because I don't know this man yet.
Mm-hmm. You have to give me one of your group fate points to say no.
That seems worth it to keep Regina hidden.
Mm-hmm. He looks at you as if he might recognize you. Narrows his eyes. And then he leans back. And he just shakes his head. Like, no.
She kind of gasps a little bit, and of course she's wearing her pin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna try to snap a picture of him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he sort of looks at the cart a little bit and looks at you.
The likeness were having breakfast, guests. There was press and photographers, and it was very fancy, and I upset them.
He's not listening to you. He's watching you.
But I must go before I'm in trouble.
And he just like pats you on the butt. Go.
I will find you and kill you, man.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, oh, and she smiles and kind of gives him like a, because that's what he wants. And she quickly goes to the cart and begins pushing it back into the kitchen or wherever this needs to go.
And he pulls out this thick cigar, and he sort of watches you go, and then he sort of like turns his head, and there's a German military officer who's coming across, who sort of waves to him, and he sort of waves back. And this fellow that you saw once before heads over and greets him at the bar.
Can I snap a photo from a distance?
Sure. And you have seen him once before.
Where?
It's a good question, isn't it? At a party.
The one in Berlin?
No.
The conference?
No. And Paris. And on his arm was Colette.
Was or is?
Was Colette. She's dead now. She's been
Right.
murdered by someone. But at the party, he arrived with her.
I snap his photo really quick before we go around a corner.
Mm-hmm.
I can come back to that.
He was, if you recall, the head of German military intelligence. The new one, not the one that you murdered, but the new one.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta get Oscar and I out of here.
Easily
before
done.
we're stopped again. Yeah.
Where do you both go?
Well, I have to take this back to kind of wherever it would usually go,
Yeah.
but
Leave it in the
into
hall.
the kitchen. Yeah.
You usually make your way out of the kitchen.
Yeah, we would sneak our way around or drop it in some hallway just outside
Absolutely.
or something and dismount from it and take a back exit to the garage or his bike or whatever.
We'd even take some of the trash out as we went out.
Yeah, exactly. To make
As
it less
one
apart.
does, right? And in a nearby shed that I'd established, season 2 or 3 or whatever it was, he has the shed that's off of the hotel property, but it's at the. So he goes over and opens it up, and there's his beauty. His what is it? A BMW. I have it written down. BMW R75 without the sidecar, but has an attachment for one.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
And this is a question I want to ask right before we get a break, but for no reason, I wouldn't worry about it. Where did the severed head come from?
The one on the bike?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I think we'll find out after break.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! We're going to get a break, everybody.
It's somebody I know, at least.
Well,
We'll find out after break.
Okay.
But there is a severed head, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't.
I'm gonna go take a bio break.
You're
No
going
big
to take a
deal.
bio break. So, y'all, I want to thank everyone who's donated so far. We have 200 bits from Hawkeye, who says, when Colas is over, we need an Oscar and Regina, the sitcom, which I think is fair. I think that is fair. 500 bits for getting halfway to our goal. Thank you, Rissa. We're halfway there and we're living in our prayer, says Prax. And also Drather gave us 25 to help support our cast. And we've got 100 from, no, that was yesterday. So that is it. I just want to note that there is a severed head on your bike in the shed. I wouldn't worry about it because, I mean, why would you worry about it? It is messing up the upholstery, though.
I wouldn't. It's not the first severed head we've exchanged in this game.
Yeah.
They usually just come in boxes, though.
It's true.
What crude person just leaves it sitting on the leather?
It's true. I just feel like it'll be fine. We're gonna go and take a break. What
kind of animal doesn't know how to care for their severed head?
Put your head in boxes.
Well, maybe they want to ruin the leather on your bike.
Well,
Y'all.
somebody needs some manners.
Don't know. We're gonna get a break. Stretch, hydrate. When we come back, we're gonna find out about the severed head and probably find out about a bed and breakfast. Head, bed, and breakfast. Bedhead.
Hey, that's a great title for this episode. Head, bed, and breakfast.
Head, bed, and breakfast. Head, bed, and breakfast. That's it, y'all. We're going.
And push-ups.
And push-ups. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I feel like you just need to have a lovely break and not worry about the head part until later. I wouldn't worry about it.
See you in 10 minutes, everybody.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives, total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years, commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Presenting a radio series entitled, You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Episode 8, The Living Dead.
Douglas Miller speaking. Many Americans today are deluding themselves with the idea that we won't have to make any great effort to defeat Hitler, since the people in the occupied countries like Greece and Norway will revolt and thus destroy the Nazi regime. Holding on to this kind of a myth is the kind of thing that loses wars. In fact, I feel that this particular myth is deliberately inspired by Nazi propaganda. Let's face facts. Unless we and our allies defeat Hitler's armies, the occupied countries will be under Nazi domination for the next 1,000 years. Why is a revolt of the conquered peoples impossible? Because Nazi Germany, after years of study, has found out the techniques of keeping them in submission. One important element of the technique is that of the puppet government. Take the Nazi domination of Norway, for example. The Norwegians have resisted Nazi domination vigorously, and yet their efforts have been almost wholly without success. Norwegian resistance reached its peak in September 1940, some months after the German occupation. A significant meeting of the most influential men in Norway was called at Oslo.
Gentlemen, the meeting will come to order. Gentlemen, 5 different political parties are represented here, the 5 most important of Norway. This meeting is without precedent in our history. The chair is open to motions from the floor. Mr. Chairman, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Trondheim. Mr. Chairman, gentlemen, this is the most important meeting of our lives. We all know why we are here. Not satisfied with taking Norway into protective custody, Nazis are setting up a puppet government. We should do something about it. And who do the Nazis choose as our new chief of state? Quisling. Major Quisling the traitor. Quisling should be taken. There is only one answer to that, gentlemen. Let us forget our differences and stand together. parties here assembled to form a united front, an anti-Quisling front to resist Nazi domination.
Here was a determined attempt to fight back. But what happened? Joseph Terboven, the Nazi military commissioner, moved immediately against the United Front, and in a few days...
Herr Terboven, Captain Gunther reporting. Here are your orders, Captain. All Norwegian political parties, with the exception of one, are to be dissolved. Destroy headquarters of such parties. Confiscate their records. Arrest all who resist. Very good, sir. This applies to all parties but one? Jawohl. And that one is the Quisling party, of course.
In a few hours, the various headquarters of the United Front parties were occupied by Nazi troops.
I believe the records are locked in this desk, Captain Gunther. And don't be so careful. Smash it open. Jawohl, Captain. Oh. There are your records, sir. Yes. All the important members of the party are listed here. Right? Jawohl. Take this to the chief of police. He will find it very useful.
The heads of the Norwegian police were tools of the Nazis. With these lists supplied by the Nazis, police chiefs started to rid the police force of so-called undesirables.
Officer Björnsson, political affiliation, Social Democrat.
Dismissed.
Officer Hasselford, political affiliation, Liberal.
Dismissed.
Officer Hanslein, political affiliation, Progressive.
Dismissed.
Officer Hammerfest, political affiliation, Quisling.
Whistling. Promote him to sergeant.
Officer Scheinrath, political affiliation, Liberal.
Dismissed.
Officer Lundstrom, political affiliation,
Thus, the Nazis have set up a puppet government. All government officials are Quisling. All police officers are Quisling. A special battalion of Quisling soldiers called the Regiment Nordland has been organized and put under the command of German officers. Now, the Nazis dominate Norway with little effort because of Norwegian safety. Most of the German soldiers have been withdrawn and sent to fronts in Russia or Africa. Proof? Here it is. If you want to see these facts in cold print, read Thomas Reveley's book, The Spoils of Europe. Turn to page 73. But Norway is not the only place where the Nazis have created puppet governments. There are traitors at the head of all subjugated countries. In Czechoslovakia.
The National Union Party will cooperate fully with the Nazis.
In Belgium.
The Rexist Party believes in collaboration with a greater right.
In Holland.
Nationalsozialistische Bewegung shall help Holland take its place in the new order. Heil Hitler.
In occupied France.
Germany recognizes the Rassemblement National Populaire as the only party.
In unoccupied France.
The Vichy regime recognizes the existence of the new order.
In Romania.
Iron Guard is ready to stand by the greater right.
This puppet government technique is not the only one the Nazis use to keep down the conscience. Another and very simple technique is that of starvation. This technique has been frequently used in Poland. In the fall of 1941, at the Warsaw headquarters of Hans Frank, Nazi governor of Poland, an emergency call came through.
Headquarters. Ja. Ja, Colonel Millenberg. Ja. Colonel. One moment, please, Colonel. Governor. What is it? Colonel Millenberg, they're calling from Military Zone 7. He says the building of the new road has been delayed because of a strike of Polish laborers.
A strike? Incredible.
No resistance, sir. They merely refuse to work.
Give me the boat. Colonel, Governor Price. What? Nine. Of course you can't put them all in prison. That is a military road and it must be completed. Nearly cut off their food supply. Succeed. Certainly it will succeed. It always does. Heil Hitler.
Quite simple, isn't it? You see, the Nazis control not only the source of food, but all transportation facilities as well. By this method, they could, if they so desired, keep certain countries in subjugation forever without sending in one regiment of German soldiers. Proof? Read Louis L. Lorwin's book, The Economic Consequences of the Second World War. See chapters 7 and 8. But now let us consider the third Nazi technique of domination, control of the weapons of warfare. The Nazis today are moving munitions factories from the occupied countries into Germany proper. Munition factories still located in the conquered territories are under Nazi control. No matter how energetically the oppressed people plot to overthrow the conquerors, the problem of securing weapons is a hopeless obstruction. Take France at this moment. For example, in one French city.
Who is on the lookout? Yeah? Good, good. We can begin now. Jan Zarot. Jan, you will give the report concerning the warehouse raid.
Most of what has occurred you know already. 12 of us broke into the warehouse at the Rue Savon. Guns and ammunition were taken. The Nazis discovered us leaving the warehouse. Only 8 of us escaped. Of the 4 missing, 3 were killed. Paul Beaubien was wounded. He died this morning. As to the results of the raid, we secured 63 rifles, 6 revolvers, 8 boxes of cartridges for the rifles, no cartridges at all for the revolvers. That's the report.
63 rifles, that's something at least. Yes, but there must be another raid soon. Perhaps Sunday night. It will be as planned before. Now, Pierre. Madame DeVaux.
Thanks. There must be no more such raids.
Madame DeVaux, we must have arms.
The price is too high. 4 are dead in 4 days. What have we gained? 63 rifles. Why, there are 5,000 police in this city, and each is armed with a submachine gun. And not quite 10 miles away are 2 regiments of Nazi soldiers. They have tanks, not rifles. Tanks.
But there are underground groups all over France. Are all of these quit?
No, not quit. But wait. Wait until the soldiers are forced to withdraw to fight the Russians and the English and Americans.
If that never happens...
Oh, then we're lost.
So, hey everyone. Hi. When last we left our cast, there was, they were going to go and sneak out of the hotel. And, no, this one, I think, perhaps. And they went into the shed where Oscar keeps his motorbike. And on the seat was a severed head. Of a woman. Beautiful woman. Isolda. Who she looks serene. Well, the part of her looks serene and just placed there. Eyes closed. Perfect makeup. Hair, a bit of a mess, though. No body. Would you like to tell me if you need to make a will roll? Yeah. That is your choice. That's a 2. I'm going to ask you how difficult of a will challenge that was for you, for Oscar to see that. Was that great, superb, fantastic? You've seen bodies before.
Just good.
Good. 1 stress, mental.
The almost of the carefree nature that he had during this fun little escapade in morning, he would not even look, but he would say, knowing that Regina sees everything when the doors are open, "This is where we part ways."
What do you mean? I thought we were going together.
No, this is where we part ways for good.
I don't understand what you mean, Oscar.
As the time has come, I will take the bishop off the field.
You can't just leave.
I am going to kill Elias Jaeger. And whether I fall in the attempt or after its execution, my time as Hogar Leichner is done.
You would risk everything, including our lives.
Yes.
You're going to get your chance to murder him. But if
Yes,
you
I
go
am.
right now in a rampage, they'll kill me too.
You are
The rest of
smarter
the
than that.
team.
I'm giving you a head start.
To what, run?
To figure out another plan.
How long have we worked together, Oscar?
To some time. I knew her as a little girl. Played with her. I was a boy of 16, 17. She's a girl of 11 or 12. She fell in love with me. She saw that I was all of those things that I was on the stage. And he's staring at us all. Perhaps I can be all of those things for her and for her mother. Yeah.
Before you can go on your Jaeger killing rampage, I need you to do me a favor. Hold tight. Hold tight.
All right, now we're better. All right. She says, before you can just leave. You have to at least secure a few things for us. Trust me, I want Jaeger dead as much as you do. But I have watched many people die. My friends included. Leave, run. Too many of us have worked too hard. You will get to kill Elias Jaeger. He desperately wants to take a hunting trip with me.
I fear he will not make that trip.
What if he doesn't make it back from that trip? Hunting
Regina.
accidents happen all the time.
They surely do. This is my war now.
No. You're making it your war. It is everyone's war. And do you think whoever this woman was would want to see you march in there and be gunned down?
The funny thing is, I think that she would.
Well, then it sounds like I'm not going to be able to do anything to stop you. And unfortunately, as much as I have no doubt that this woman did not deserve even an ounce of this, I have more important things to do than settle your personal vendettas. You kill Elias Jaeger. Remember, when you're all done, whether they arrest you or you run, that his blood is also now our blood on your hands. Because they will run for me, they will come for Luke, his mother, our entire team. So I'm going to go deal with the leak. So if you don't mind passing along the information for whatever reason Falstaff thought you were worthy of, I'd appreciate it.
This is a tough one for Greg. He give her the information.
It's bed and breakfast this starry night.
She takes whatever he provides her. There's no... Ooh, this is hard. Because I know this is a friend of Oscar's. Serial killers like to leave a calling card. Is there one?
That would be a discover action using fight.
Oh, you're muted.
Oh. I am muted. That would be a discover action using fight or...
Let me see what I've got here. So I think Regina, that's Frida's sheet, not helpful, would want to know who actually did it, because if it wasn't Jaeger, I mean, let's be real, we've dropped heads at a lot of people's doorsteps. So, let's see. I could do investigate.
Yes.
Is better than fight for me, maybe? Okay.
That would also work.
It's worth a shot. Hey!
You may ask one question. Based on your investigation.
Did Jaeger do this?
Such an interesting question. Very interesting indeed. You know Jaeger, do you not?
Regina is learning about him.
You've seen his work? Is that so?
I'd say so.
At the brothel, I believe.
Right, yeah. And I've had it at least explained to me because of the party the woman found in the snow.
Mm.
And what Oscar has told me about Elias's particularities.
And you've had a conversation with Elias when he wanted you to kill Elodie.
Right.
About how he likes to do things.
Correct, yes.
How's Oscar doing right now?
He's preparing to murder Elias Yeager.
Regina, how do you imagine somebody like Elias murder someone? You know he likes knives.
Yes, I know he likes knives.
You know he thinks of himself as an artist.
Does this look like an artist did it? Or does she look... No.
It does not look like an artist did it. The cuts are not right.
Oscar. As much as I know you want to blame Yeager for this one, this is not his hand. More importantly, he was in that room with us. There's no way he had time to accomplish this. Especially not without anyone noticing.
The cuts are somewhat unpracticed.
This is not a talented hand. And Yeager has had a lot of practice. So I'm going to give you a second chance to just reconsider the options here. Because you can go kill Elias, but if he didn't do this, then the person that did will still walk away. So let's figure out who really did it. Someone's trying to send a message to you. Why? This is a sloppy person, a crime of passion. Who was this woman to you?
Man, I'm stuck in an awful spot here because I'm going to roll and investigate.
Yes.
And I'm going to take aid from Regina.
Yeah. Yeah, because she could, because like she wants to be delicate here. Like she's not like, this is not CSI crime scene investigation, right? But she wants to be delicate, and she says, "Look at this. You and I both know a blade."
One question.
Dude. Yes.
One question.
Oh, he asked the same thing. Did Elias Yeager do this? That's what he would ask. I rolled that not to get any new information.
Right.
I rolled that to see if Oscar would buy it, if he would see through everything that Regina was telling him.
Can you make a will roll for me?
I put my hand on his hand, and can I add to that will roll a 1?
Yes, you may. I'm going to make a roll right now, and I'm going to not let you know who rolled it, but I'm going to just make a roll. This is a provoke. And I have to actually do this way.
Oh, everybody, get nervous.
4DF plus 3. A 1. Okay. You are not provoked. Somebody was definitely trying to provoke you, though. But I rolled very poorly. I only have 1 fate point left. Ooh, I could reroll. I'm going to reroll it. But if I rerolled, I've got to give you the aspect. Ooh, let's see. Hard choices. Hard choices. There are some hard choices being made on both directions here. I'm going to re-roll that, and I'm going to see if I can get something a little bit better. 2. No. the answer to your question. You cleaned up those bodies in that brothel. You did. You investigated those bodies in that brothel. Elias Yeager has a fluid hand, and he likes to do little details. Little details. There's like a sweep to the way he brings a blade across. He may not be sane or well, and he may have problems with a number of issues, but you've never seen his work be sloppy, really. Sometimes it looks sloppy on purpose, but it's always very deliberate, as if he's staging things, but the way he stages things tends not to be for you, but for himself, right? To sort of create.
This is somebody pretending to be Elias staging something.
Yes.
That's exactly
Yes.
what Oscar would go to at this point. I want to roll a discover action, and I
Please
want to
do.
use fight.
Yes.
Regina, would you help?
Yes.
Can I get a
Yep, absolutely.
bonus from Regina?
I now have one in
Yes.
fight, so yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to use my stunt too for this.
Yes.
He's specifically looking because he knows the history of somebody that happens to be in town.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
with that, he's going to try to focus.
Yeah. My friend, 2 questions or a question and a boost. Would you like the first question first?
Yes.
And you can decide what you like to do.
Is this the peregrine?
No. It is not that professional. It is not that professional. The cut marks have hesitation marks.
I mean, can I ask who this is? If it's somebody that he would be able to.
No, but you can give me something different. I can tell you there are hesitation marks. It's not expertly done. Not by someone who's good at this. Or who does this regularly.
Okay. Forensically speaking.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that he would know. And again,
Mm-hmm.
not to default to stereotypes or anything of that nature. I'm going by weight, height, things of
Yes.
that nature.
Yes.
Is this a man or a woman that did this? You know, at the very least, somebody that outweighed her, somebody that overpowered her, somebody, or was there a struggle? I mean, can you tell that from this?
Yeah, right. How many like did they go through in one hack or not?
That
That's
I
a
can
strength,
answer
yeah.
no problem.
Oh.
Absolutely, I can answer that question.
Question.
There's a smell on this body. You would think it is chloroform, probably, on this body. And it looks like there was not a sign of struggle. Also, alcohol, chloroform, alcohol, not a sign of struggle. Because again, the makeup is perfect. There are no signs of bruising or any kind of struggle at all. What you do have is that sort of hair messed up, which looks to you as if whoever did this had a very hard time cutting the head off and had to sort of like grip the hair in order to do so. You do not get the sense that this is a person who has a lot of strength or practice. It looks quite rough in a way. And yes, the answer is yes, a woman. Or a very slim fellow. But somebody who is probably who could not overpower or would be unlikely to overpower Isolde without having drugged her. Somebody who could drug her. somebody who does not have the physical strength to like just. I mean, hacking off a head actually takes some time. Regina did so recently, as a matter of fact. But somebody who has not done this before, or has not done this often, or has not practiced in this. And you would also say this was not done this morning. This was probably done a day or so ago, perhaps. So, you were...
When we were out of town?
When you were out of town, yeah.
Regina squeezes Oscar's hand. And she says, let's find who did this. Somebody wants to upset you. And we need to know who, because that means they're working against us.
I mean, all signs, if you look at it, point to Elias. Who else knew that you had a connection to Isolde? Isolde and Elias were working together. You know that. I mean, everything points to him. And you know he's a serial killer. He likes to stab people with knives. He likes to stab people with knives. He's a serial killer. He's out to get you.
This was a woman, Oscar.
I mean, now it screams Nikoletta. I mean, chat's talking about it. I mean, I thought of that immediately. She's waving meat in front of a bulldog, hoping that it kills the wolf.
Who needs you to be angry at Elias more than anybody?
Are you telling me that Nikoletta would kill this girl to get me to kill Elias?
I'm telling you that Nikoletta is a survivor and has always done anything and everything she has to stay on top, including marrying a serial killer. Take that into consideration before you blame her husband. Not that I want to see his soul saved. But she wants you to kill him. She wants you outed. She wants all this to go away so that she can have exactly what she wants. He turned out to be more than she bargained for. I told her that. But as usual, she doesn't listen to anybody but herself. Now, do you want to kill Nikoletta with the same passion you wanted to do Jaeger?
He doesn't say it, but his eyes say yes. But there's doubt. This could be someone that wants Nikoletta dead. Now I am turned. I am being used, and this girl is the price of admission for my mercenary work.
Then what are you going to do about it? Nikoletta using you, or whoever it is using you.
Regina, I'm going to find out who did this, and I'm going to kill them all.
Play your cards right and we may help you. Run and I can't do that. Nicholas's death would be devastating for German culture. But you want to bring Jaeger down? He is an angry husband. An angry man, full of violence that is no question to anybody. Killing his own wife sure would seal the deal.
You know, Regina, you've tried this angle before in the past, and it never seemed to you like he was ever bothered by her. Jealousy didn't bother him. Nothing really seemed to bother him at all about her. You've never seen him, until recently, irritated by her at all. Perhaps a bit dismissive of her, or not interested in her, but you've never seen him irritated by her. Though you did see him irritated by her today.
His patience is wearing thin. She is not what he expected either. Their marriage is full of hate and discontent. She wants something he's never going to give her, and he'll never be the man she wants. Let them go down together. If we push the right buttons, you can kill Nikoletta and we'll blame it on Elias.
He would move forward, and in one of the packs and kind of satchels that he has in there, he would not even look when he places Isolde in one of them. And I'm assuming we examined it enough to make sure there wasn't like a note or anything like that or something. Okay.
Regina will pull a handkerchief and like clean the seat and toss that handkerchief into the dumpster nearby. And she just says, why don't we swing by the flower shop? We'll get a shovel. We'll go to the outskirts of town and proper rites, you know?
She belongs in no field. She will be sent away on the boards.
Whatever will make you feel better.
Oh, there's only one thing that will make me feel better. In this, Elias and I are very much the same. Let me take you to where Falstaff told me the group was lost.
All right.
And he hands her a gun.
Oh, 2 guns. Nice. She puts that in, a space in the dress somewhere. She says, thank you. Drop me off. But we will see you tonight, yes?
Oh, I'm going inside.
All right.
I imagine you begin the drive, or do you go to the flower shop first?
Straight.
You go across town. To the 8th, there's a bed and breakfast. Small, it's not particularly big. There's a weight to the vehicle that you're riding in, the motorcycle. When you go across town on a Monday, still pretty early, and this place is quiet. I would like to ask for an awareness roll.
Do one of us want to make it with help from the other?
I believe you have a stunt. Is that not correct, dear Regina?
I will aid you with that,
I do not.
Oh, you no longer have that stunt.
I took the companion in its place, I believe.
Ah, yes.
So I have. You want to help? You said, or you want to do it?
On a scale of 1 to 6, how would you say
Just
you would rank your theoretically?
Like maybe a 2.
Okay, I think I'll help you. I'll give you a 1.
Okay. All right. A 4.
Oh. Well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. Unfortunately for me, I have to roll it this way because my camera is in front of my buttons, which makes me so sad. Like these little macro buttons. 7.
So I guess we don't see it.
Anything you want to do about that? I get 2 points back.
I guess I know we're rolling to awareness to see stuff like probably somebody that's attempting to hide, but like out front, does it look like it's in function? Like, are there cars and people and valet and like it looks normal?
It's a small bed and breakfast. It's like a little tiny sort of place. It's not
okay, but it looks like there's activity on the inside that's not. Does it look?
I mean, it's the morning. Like you can't, like it just kind of looks like a little bed and breakfast. It doesn't look like there's like people running around. You've got the windows shut.
So I don't see anything strange. Do you?
No. And he would ride around to the rear of the block, not go into an alley on this street. He's going around to the opposite block.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's going to park the bike and get off.
Should we go in as customers? Rent a room?
Normally, if I was the GM right now, for me, I would say you need to roll to see this, but Regina would definitely know that Oscar is totally off.
Mm-hmm.
He's not, you're saying things and he's hearing them, but he's not reacting to them.
Oscar, we're gonna go in the front door. Looking for a couple days away. I'll rent a room under Simone's name. Yes? She kind of takes his head. She can tell something's off, but she can't tell something's off because she's not really an empathetic person. She doesn't give a hell. Like, she doesn't give a fuck. She goes, we need to play this close to the cuff.
Yeah.
I swear if I get shot because of you, Oscar. And she like drags you like down the street up to the front door, and we'll just go in. I mean, it's a bed and breakfast.
It is a bed and breakfast, and this bed and breakfast is small. It's like maybe 2 stories. It's more like a little house, really. It's not particularly big, and when you walk in, there's that kind of very old school sort of. It's kind of like a cage, but not really. Right? There's like a counter, right, with a square, and like the person's in like kind of like a closet, right, and like behind them you've got like the little mail slots. And like the little hooks with the keys, you know, it's like they turn a closet into like a little entryway, right?
Yep.
And there's a woman, this older looking woman, a little bit sturdy, and behind her you can see what looks like 8 slots for rooms, and there are like 3 keys in there, and there are like little 8 slots for mail. And this woman,
are any of the keys missing?
There are only 3 keys present. There are
of 8.
Yeah, of 8. Mm-hmm. And she smiles at you broadly as you both walk in.
She goes, "Good afternoon. We were hoping for a room, a little privacy."
And she smiles, and she goes, "We? I'm gonna need a roll from you, Oscar." I'm gonna need academics awareness, one of those.
Academics or awareness?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a discover action?
Yes.
Or
I could help with either of those.
Just to say, now, when we were in the woods and for the discover action, he rolled a fight to see if there was danger afoot.
Yeah.
This
is not that.
Okay.
This is
awareness.
Bit more memory. It's a bit more memory.
Can I get a help from Regina?
Okay. She doesn't know, but she's, I feel like, a bit calming. Okay.
It's great.
It's good. She smiles at you, and she says, well, of course, you may have the room. Who may say needs this room?
I'm so sorry. My husband, he's a bit in shock. We just got married. It's Simone Bone. And I kind of put my paperwork forward, my fake paperwork, and money. German, maybe? Dollars?
And she smiles. And of course, the German. What has happened is that the German occupying government has manipulated funds so that German marks are worth a whole lot more than French francs. So all those German soldiers who are here as tourists get to go and spend all sorts of money. So it's devalued the franc just quite a lot. And she smiles, and she's like, and she sort of gives you the guest book. Oscar, I know you're not really on it right now. You're distracted. You're not really present completely. But Falstaff said something to you. There's something he said. Can you remember it? That thing he said as this woman turns the guest book around so you can sign in. It was about her, the woman.
Cursed like a sailor. I remember that.
Yes. Cursed like a sailor, that's right.
But she had some type of. Wait a minute. She had a disability, didn't she?
No, she was Italian? I believe that's what he said to you. There was a radio operator, French Indian woman. There was,
Right.
Right? There was a courier, a Frenchman, broken fingers. Woman, 60 or so, Spitfire, cursed like a sailor. And there was a communist man, right? From the Spanish Civil War. But he said she was in her 60s. Cursed like a sailor, cool as a cucumber. This woman is not in her 60s. There's no way. This woman, 50s perhaps? Doesn't match the description of the woman who ran the shop. And she smiles politely at you.
This enough?
Oh, me? How long would you like this room for?
Oh, and I kind of giggle and look at Oscar like, how long do we need? Well, at least till the morning.
Oh, I see. Oh, you too, of course. And she makes a note, and she pulls out she gets one of the keys. She's like, number 2. And she smiles. Was there anything else you needed?
Maybe after dark, some wine.
Of course. And she just kind of looks at both of you. Mostly Oscar she looks at. Just kind of checks him out. And she smiles. And then she sort of makes a note and she goes, the room is yours. Everything is prepared for you.
What does she write? Can I see what she writes language-wise? The note that she writes?
She just writes down, the 2 of your names one night, and then she just kind of puts a dash, right? And you'll notice on the guest book there are a number of names that have come in, and there are dashes next to each one of them.
But does she write in French or German?
She writes in French.
Regina goes up to Oscar's ear on her tiptoes and she whispers, I swear if you don't smile and blush right now, I'm going to shoot you on the spot.
He smiles,
makes it look
but
like
does not blush.
that she might have said something. She says, we shall see you in the morning, huh?
Oui. And she smiles.
And I grab Oscar's hand and try to kind of drag him off.
Do any of you want to make any sort of discover action on her?
Yeah.
And you can use whatever skill you want.
I want to do a discover, and I want to do a fight or shoot or whatever you need from me to see if she's armed, and if this place, if she as soon as we turn, does her demeanor change? Is this an ambush scenario?
I was about to say I was going to use deceive to see if she's deceiving us. In her,
fight or shoot will give you different information. Deceive will give you different information. I would say roll them.
Do you want to? What do we think's the? Okay, here we go.
Both can do it.
You know what?
You'll just get different information.
5.
We can take our bonuses from each other, right?
As long as you both have the skill.
That is 6.
As long as you both have the skill.
6.
So you're a 6 and a 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me roll this for you.
I might re-roll.
That's a terrible roll.
No,
that's not right.
yeah.
That's not right. Because she
It
would.
is.
Oh, it is right. Yes. Oh, that's a 3. That's not
Yeah,
good.
she rolled really bad.
We've got a 6 and a 4, right? I'm gonna
A 6 and a 4, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend one of my fate points, and I'm gonna bring that up to a 5. So only one of you gets 1 on her.
I'm going to spend a fate point then, and I am going to re-roll that because that was an awful roll from me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're right.
You're a 5. Ooh. Okay. So, I have to tell you what aspect I used.
Okay.
And the aspect is professional liar is the aspect that she used for that. And Regina gets 1. Oscar gets either 2 or 1 and a boost.
First question.
Yes. This is fight.
Are they planning to kill us?
This is about her.
Is she sending word to... Is she taking an aggressive demeanor? Is
Yes.
she...
Or she's setting us up, yeah.
Is she on guard, right? Is her has her antenna gone up? No. When you first saw her, she felt like her antenna was up, and then she scoped you out, and then it seems as if her antenna went down. She was checking you, right? Assessing you.
And she felt like we weren't a threat. Okay.
So,
okay.
Is she about to call the backup, or has she cottoned onto you? Has her danger sense gone on? It has not. You don't seem to match the description, as it were.
She's looking for Falstaff. Can I, with the understanding that there were 5 rooms that had keys in them, is there anything, and this is like an extension of awareness more than anything else, like a killer sense?
Yeah.
Can he see if there's anybody kind of like waiting in, hiding in wait, or, is there a team that would have been ready? Like if we were Falstaff, was there a kill team that was ready to pop out of somewhere and take us out?
That's a very good question. What is Regina's question? Deceive is the skill. On her.
What is she hiding?
It's a good question.
What is she trying to cover up?
I'm going to answer this question like so. You have worked in military intelligence, have you not?
For a long time.
You have, that is true. And you know certain things about little details, yeah? How you write your 7s when you were trained to do so in the military. The Gestapo are civilians.
Right.
But in the military, you write your 7s a very specific way.
Yes.
So that people do not confuse it with a 1 or a 4. There's just these little small details about how, when you're military trained, you write little things that people probably don't pay attention to. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes those are the little things that you might forget when you're undercover. It's silly. You know what I mean? Those
Right.
Sometimes it's the smallest
3.
things.
3.
Yeah. Right? 1, right? Just
Yep.
little tiny things. And this woman is very good at what she does, but she has military training. And she is older, but she looks older than she is.
Okay. Okay.
And she has You were in the BDM, Bund Deutsche Mädel. You know all that good paramilitary ladies.
Yep.
Do you remember one of the women who ran your troop? Right? This is not her. It's not the same woman. But you know those women, right? They're like those women who were probably like gym teachers at one point in time, right? They've
Yep,
got that kind
correct.
of there's a particular kind
Stoutness.
of a stoutness, a kind of a military bearing that comes from a woman who was never actually allowed in the military, but has basically done a lot of paramilitary things, and now clearly has some kind of an in. This woman is, if not officially, but in practice, a soldier.
Okay.
And she is lying about it quite well.
Quite well. Okay, well, Regina keeps that to herself, so they kind of round the corner up the stairs, but she wants
Answer.
that other. Yep.
The answer to the other question, however. Are there people waiting to pop out? That's weird. You notice she has a phone that she has not lifted. But the phone itself, it's one of those old phones, you know, the old kind with like the cradle, right?
Yeah, that you hang it.
It's off the cradle. So she could very easily just tap the cradle if she needed to signal to somebody. She wouldn't have to actually lift the phone. She could just easily just tap the cradle and signal. And this bed and breakfast has a little sort of like a living room area. And there's a man reading a newspaper casually, of course, sitting there with a cup of coffee that hasn't been touched at all. Just one man, but he's watching you.
Mm-hmm.
There is another man, and by the way, this man, he's got a coat that's just draped over the couch. That's where you would hide a weapon. There's another man right down there who's got a bucket and a mop. Looks like he's just a cleaning person. His shoulder's a little bit too broad, though. And he's just mopping, looking not at you, at the front door. Across the street, you didn't notice them when you came in. There are two men across the street. They seem like they're just hanging out, but their coats are a bit too long. You hear some footsteps upstairs that you don't like. They just feel a little bit weird to you. You're thinking it's probably a squad of 6, is what you guess. 2 inside, 2 upstairs, 2 across the street. That's what you would do. They are waiting for a target. They do not seem to think it's you.
Since there's a man in this lobby and we're putting on face, Regina like giggles and jumps for Oscar to catch her, to like carry her in the threshold.
Yeah, he'll take that.
And as she leans into his ear, she says, "Put your hand up my dress."
You find
feel like a gun, yeah. And she like giggles and unlocks the door so that they can like go in and close it behind them.
It's upstairs where you need to go.
Oh, great! Wonderful.
That's where your room is.
Make more of a scene. That's fine.
You know, there would be a passcode if you wanted to identify yourself. Call and response, you know? If you were the connection for that woman, she were with the SOE, you'd have a passcode. You didn't give it to her. You don't match any descriptions.
But we know they're compromised, so we can't trust that either.
Well, but you didn't identify yourself in any way. And in your room, it's a small room. It's not particularly glamorous. It's kind of a cheap bed and breakfast. From what you could tell, you've got that living room, you've got her spot. There's probably some back rooms on the ground floor. All the rooms that are rented are all on the second floor. You can see all of them numbered. So there's probably some sort of like living area or some sort of space for whoever that, you know, for her, that the woman who ran this place. Maybe if this was a cell, a meeting spot out back in some way. But any kind of guests are sort of on the top. And it looks to you when you get into the room, I'm going to need tradecraft from one of you.
I can give you a bonus if you...
Well, mine's only a 1. I'm supposed to have a specialty,
Mm,
but I haven't really taken one for tradecraft.
you may.
That's true. My mind tells me that Regina would take something like encoding or decoding or something to
Yes,
do with
yes,
that.
yeah.
Would be her
Yeah.
like
Ciphers and
her
codes.
ciphers. There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah. So I don't know that it applies to this, but I will take the 1.
Mhm.
That's not a bad roll for just a
That is
a
good.
pretty average skill.
This is a discover. What I will tell you about this room is that it is crappy, obviously, but it is well insulated in terms of sound. However, this sound insulation is not new. It seems to you as if the woman who runs this, or the woman who did run this bed and breakfast, has made it so that you could be a guest in one of these rooms and have conversations and not be overheard.
But say it's not insulated enough where if you heard a scream,
That is correct.
you would hear it.
Yeah, that is correct. But, if you wanted to have secret conversations, you could have conversations. Like, this is the kind of place that most of the time these places have very thin walls and you can hear everything all the time.
Right.
But
But it's a little bit more beefed up. Okay.
Yes.
Regina immediately jumps from Oscar's arms in a very non-ceremonious way and whispers, "The walls. They've insulated them."
But it does not feel to you as if... This feels to you this insulation is old. Like, this has been here at least a year, right?
Whoever was here, and I make that very clear when I say was using this as their hideout. Probably the other cell, but
Yeah, 2 across the street, 2 in the living room, likely 2 up here, not counting the woman behind the counter.
we
Work our way down.
they weren't looking for us, they were looking for Falstaff.
Yeah,
The question is, do we play it cool and simply walk out of here and share that information with Falstaff? Or
they have seen us.
I have a thought. We are a newlywed couple and you have a rather fervor temperament at the moment. Maybe our love turns a little rough. I scream, they come running. We can take them out one by one as they come in the room. The 2 across the street probably won't hear.
Oscar, the balance of war is a trouble aspect, is it not?
It is.
I just feel like that's a lot of... It's a balance, eye for an eye. It's a lot of planning for a person who's not in the best mood right now. Would you like a fate point?
Let me hear your pitch.
My pitch is, that is a lot of planning when there are people up here you could kill right now. I feel like you may not be in a space to be restrained in a tactical way. How do you feel about that?
Here's, I tell you what, I'll tell you what Oscar's plan was. And I think it might coincide with what you were thinking. So in a mirror to what they were playing at that morning when in the before times, he would turn at this very sound and rational idea.
Yeah. Yes.
And he would look at Regina and say, these people, they are playing to be professionals, but they don't know what it is like to kill. I am going to teach them today, Regina. I am going to turn this bed and breakfast into a school. What we are going to do as newlyweds, we are going to stay in here and we are going to do what newlyweds do as far as they are concerned. And when the sun goes down and when they are asleep, that is when the nightmare comes out. And I am going to work my way from this floor down.
Then you have to give me a fate point for that one, because I would want you to go right now when it's not a wise moment to go all murder ham.
Regina goes, okay, fine. We'll wait till evening. She's supposed to be bringing wine up anyways. We take out the big woman first. Her lackeys will come running. You can take them out one by one, and you can have whatever vengeance it is that you feel like you need. The two on the outside will draw them in afterwards and burn the building to the ground.
And Trooper, this is where I'm going to take that fate point.
Ooh, all right, I'm ready.
When the woman comes up to give the wine, he just runs his knife through her, right through her throat.
Okay. So then you have a great plan. It's going to be very organized. Absolutely organized. Let me just give you that fate point, why don't I?
And all he does is, in preparation for what would have been this fake play or whatever it is, he has taken his shirt off, but he has left the mask on, and he would pull it up whenever the woman just, even if Regina didn't see him do it, and he would take that 8-inch blade that he carries and just jam it right in her throat.
So let us start combat, why don't we?
Sure.
Here we go.
Ahem.
Regina as soon as she sees that knife pierce skin, she grabs 2 pillows.
Oh, but wait. That's not how it happens. There's a knock on the door. I assume you open it. In front of you is this woman, carrying a tray with wine. Sturdy, this woman. And she's got this... Oscar. She's got this glint in her eye. You know, that kind of...
glint that somebody would kill whenever they were hacking the head off an innocent actress? Sure.
Yeah. Also, she clearly thinks that she knows better. You know? Oscar seems to not like it when people seem to think that they know things. They need to be schooled. And she's got this grin. A little fake. And she goes, and she's about to say, your wine. She's there on the outside of the frame. And you're on the inside, right there in front of her. And there's Regina. And I believe you get to go first, Oscar.
I sure do.
I believe that's going to be a fight on your end, yes?
It sure is.
And what is your stunt?
As long as I am fighting multiple people, I get a +2.
You get a +2.
Let's do this, and we can't aid each other with fight, can we? Because then we give away our action if we do so, right?
Yes, okay. You can, but you give away your action. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So there's only one person you see right now, but you've got that kind of tunnel vision at the moment, and you get the +2 because she is not alone, and you stab her. I'm going to make her defense, but again, this is not going to be because you just did that was a very good roll. That was a legendary roll, and you have a knife. So that is going to be a +4 for her. That's a 4, and you get a +1 for your knife. Tell me how you take her out.
Very, very quietly, to the point where it looks as if he's just ushered her into the room. He's and he puts and just right through the neck as he brings her into the room, catching the tray maybe as she lets it go.
Who do you pass it to?
Oh, Regina.
Okay.
Regina lets out a sigh like this is happening, and grabs. What else do I see?
You're inside the room.
But I don't see anything from the doorway except for him killing this woman.
Yes.
Okay. Everything is I'm guessing these aren't gas lamps in this place.
I'm gonna need to get this for you all. Clearly, let us move here. We're gonna move over here for a moment because
Regina quickly grabs 2 fluffy pillows off the little, decorative ones in this place. Grabs 2 of them very quickly and draws her pistol. Yeah. And will I guess you can't really do a hold action. We'll head towards the door. She doesn't want to crowd Oscar, you know what I mean? Like she's backup basically. But you see her press the pillow to the gun barrel for a silencer.
Mm-hmm. I have to draw this just like so. Come here. Boom. Boom. Let's just have a little bit of a map, why don't we? Let's do that. Let's have a bit of a map. And let's get Oscar, who is pardon me. Oh, Oscar. Let's get Oscar, who has taken his move with a little bit of murder. And I would like a roll from you, Regina. That feels to me like it's a bit of a stealth trying to create an advantage.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I was looking to create advantage, but I was can I do shoot to get like a better angle of the door, like to back up?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like an aim, yeah, absolutely.
Like an aim, like basically she's waiting for something else to happen.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
A 4.
That is good enough. You will get. I need to put some soldiers here for you. That will get you an advantage with one free invoke.
Great. Can I do Lady in Waiting?
Absolutely. Are you kidding? That's the best advantage name ever.
Yeah, we'll do Lady in Waiting.
Yes. I am so happy for that one. The answer is going to have to be yes. Yes. Who do you pass it to? You have 6 options.
I see that.
Technically, you have
well,
3 pairs of 2.
I guess I can't say who's closest, right? So I have to pass it off to one of the soldiers.
Yeah.
So I pass it off to one of them. I guess I'll let you choose because I don't see them.
Fair.
So.
Fair.
Oh, you know what? I pass it off to the guy outside because there's not been any noise yet, sucker.
They were watching you.
Oh well.
I mean, there were people right there. Let's do it like so. So, you have...
I mean, not the guy outside the door. The guys on the street is who I pass it to.
Oh.
I pass it to the guy on the street because he doesn't know yet.
That is fair.
That's what I meant by outside. I'm sorry. Yeah, I pass it to one of the guys on the street.
Yes, absolutely. So the guys outside of the street are going to
have a smoke.
They're going to try to create an advantage because this is what they're going to do, and they're going to, because that's what they got. They're going to do vigilance, try to keep themselves aware of things that are going on. There are only 2 of them, so that's going to be that. That's a 2, which they need a 3. So they do not get it at the moment. They will pass it to the people upstairs. Those people are going to raise the alarm. They're going to shout, "Look out! Enemies!" And you can hear their German accents. You can hear them. And they are going to try to create an advantage because they are not excited about this moment. And they're going to sort of just try to create that advantage for them. That'll be good enough for 1. And that's going to be alert. And they will pass it to the other guys who will move upstairs, is what they're going to do. And they're going to pass it to Regina because she's not the one who murdered somebody. So that they saw.
Yeah.
So they're gonna.
They pass it to Regina. She is still Lady in Waiting, like eyes on the door, trying to keep quiet. Can she move over to the window and peek out? Is there a fire escape or a way down? We're on the 3rd floor.
You're on the 2nd floor.
2nd floor. Okay, that makes me feel a smidge better. What's out back?
There is no fire escape, but you're only 1 floor up.
Great. Is there other alcohol in this room?
Just your bottle of wine. This place is pretty bare bones.
Pretty bare bones.
Yeah.
Regina, I need something with high alcohol content. Regina goes into her purse. And she pulls out a bottle of perfume. and she rips the lid off, and she tears off a piece of her dress, and she tucks it inside, and and she's gonna light the end. No, she won't light it yet. She prepares it. She's gonna prep it. Can I roll a chemistry to try to prep this
Absolutely.
Molotov?
Absolutely.
This place is about to go up in flames.
Absolutely. Please roll your chemistry. And I believe it's science chemistry, so you get a +1.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I only rolled a 1.
You need
it's
to
pretty
spend
average.
If you spend a fate point, you will get it. Because it's not at heart, it's like a 2 to make your Molotov.
Oh, okay. I'll spend a group fate point only because
Yes.
not having any evidence of us being here is actually super important.
Yeah.
So I've basically just prepped this actual Molotov for use, but I'm not lighting it up yet because we're not in a good position for that.
You have a Molotov, is what you have. Who do you pass it to?
Oscar.
Oscar.
Okay, so as my stunt is written, can fight multiple combatants with a bonus of +2.
Mm-hmm.
So he is going out into the hall with the 2 that are there.
There are 4
And
there now.
He's going out into the hall with the
Mhm.
4 that are there, and he is going to murder.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that's fair. I'm not going to be mad at you for doing that. I will need you, however, to roll your fight. And we'll see how that goes. Oh my goodness, a 9.
Holy
Mhm, mhm.
Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo.
There are 4 of them, which means they get a bonus of +3 to their athletics, which is a +1, so that's a +4. That's a 5, and they're going to spend their alert for a 7. They're gonna
And you
spend their
get the
alert
1
a
for the
7.
damage on the knife?
So that'll be 2 damage that you've got.
Okay, so I have a question now. 'Cause
Absolutely.
I know we've talked about this before, and I'm not trying to meta
Please.
anything here.
Please.
But you said that the normal soldiers are usually just kind of rank and file as far as hit points go. Speaking from a mechanical perspective here, and again, Greg is learning with everybody else
Mhm.
Fate, even though he's played it for 2
Yep.
years now.
Yep.
We don't do a whole lot of fighting. I want to get this right.
Yes.
What does Oscar have to do? How many injuries do I have to take these people out?
It's an interesting question. These people are not your common soldiers.
Okay.
These are not... That does not mean that they are insanely badass, right? But they are not your common soldiers. Common soldiers have no stress and have basically one health, because they're just regular people. Do you know what I mean? Like, they can't take much. These people, however, have 1 stress, and they have 2 boxes. So you need a 4 to take... Well,
I need an 8.
no, because they only have 1 stress box total, right? And that means they can only soak 1, and they've got 2 boxes, which is a total of 3. So 4 will...
Mhm.
Right, they can soak 4 total. So if you pass 4, they're done.
So I need 4 total to take them all out.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 already.
Yes.
Mhm. Just spend another fate point.
That to take
Yeah.
out one person, because each person has 1 stress.
Okay.
and 2
That's what I
boxes.
thought.
Yeah.
Okay. So it would take me 4 per person. So it would take me a total of 16 to take all these people out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I have 2 fate
Actually, 1
points.
more, because you have to do 5. You have to do more than they can soak. They can't be able to soak anymore. So they've got 3,
They have
4.
to be maxed
Yeah.
out.
So it have to be 5.
Okay.
5 per person.
It'd be okay. So
But please note, those 2 are going to give them consequences that you can then do free invokes on next turn. Like
I was about to say,
yeah.
and I am a lady in waiting
Yes.
for you.
yes.
So you could use my advantage of me being there as maybe like a backup bullet.
okay. So I have my boost from before that I rolled downstairs. So
Yes.
I have that boost, which is what, 1 or 2?
2 for a boost.
Okay, 2. So that's 1 person out. I had
Yes.
2 damage and
Yes.
no, I have to have 5.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just 2 + 1 + 1 + 2.
Yeah, for the math.
And you all have
Okay.
3 group fate points, and you have 2 personal
2.
fate points.
2 from the boost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to spend right now 1 of my fate points for another 2.
What is the aspect?
Aspect. This is the balance of war, my friend.
It is indeed.
Mhm.
Go on.
We call down the thunder. That's the
Mhm.
one that's going to be used here.
You get my lady in waiting.
Okay, so that's another 2,
That's another
right?
2.
Mhm.
I am going to use. I have the advantages that I created before Warrior of Sunset,
Yes.
which
You got 2.
that'll give me that I have 2 of those, so I can use. That's another total of 4,
That is
correct?
That is correct.
Two,
Worst case
2.
scenario, Regina could lob this Molotov down the
Mhm.
hallway and block
Mhm.
them off, and we could go out the window.
Mhm.
So you could also get the Molotov as the final.
Mm-hmm. There are 4
And we'd
people
light
up
this
here
place up.
total.
Right. So we'd at least get those 4, and then we could.
Yeah.
We could back out.
And
By the way, they have automatic rifles. Just so you know. Yeah.
okay.
So you
So
have Warrior of Sunset. That's 4, plus your boost. That's 6.
Plus the Molotov was 8.
Plus you spent the fate point, which is an 8, right there. Right now, that's 8 just on his stuff right now at the moment. Plus 8.
So that's 2 of them.
Yes.
hold on, let me make sure I have all these. This is great. This is great streaming with me doing math.
No.
Okay, so 2 from the base injury,
Mhm.
2 from the boost, 2 from my fate point that I spent for Balance of War, 2 from Lady in Waiting,
That's 12.
2 from Warrior of Sunset, another 2 from Warrior of Sunset, so that's 16.
So Warrior of Sunset is 4. Your
Right.
boost from downstairs is 6.
Right.
You spent a fate point
My
for
fate
8.
point,
Right. You rolled
Right.
a 2, so you're at a 10 total at the moment. So
Okay,
total
and then
of 10. Lady in
then
Waiting?
Lady in that's a 2,
12.
right?
So 12.
Okay.
So what? We
and-
need 2 more fate points to make it happen.
That would be 4.
That gets us to 16.
16, which is we need to take all 4 of them out, right?
I
20.
think. I need 20.
Mhm.
Oh, we may not be able to take them all out. We could take out the front 2.
Here's what I want to do, Trooper. I'm going
I'm
to take
ready.
2 of them out,
Yep.
and I am going to savagely wound 2 other ones.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Yes.
know if you can knock the guns from their hands or make
Yes.
it difficult.
Actually,
for them to
I
shoot.
can kill 3 and savagely wound 1 because it would soak the 2 boxes,
Yes.
but he would still be okay.
So,
So
you would
that's what
take
I'm gonna do.
You're gonna take the 2 fate points. You're gonna spend 2 fate points to get you to 16.
2
Is that correct?
2 of the group, and then
And what?
you know what?
aspects?
How?
What aspects?
Oh, the show must go on, and German theater student that joined the Gestapo and betrayed them to save those he loved.
Yep.
With that, you can take out 3 of them, and one of them is gonna soak stress. He's gonna
Okay.
take that 1 damage that's left over with the stress.
Did you use the Molotov, or are
Not
we
yet.
holding on that?
Not yet. You're
No,
right.
I didn't
Right.
use that
So
one.
we used
And
that, but we didn't use that
I'm going to use my fate points. That means we should still have 3 fate points for us, or 2 fate points for the
You
group.
said you were gonna use 2 from the group, yes? Because you use 1 from yourself.
No,
the 2
we
from the group.
we haven't decided. We
Okay.
didn't decide on it yet. That's what we're trying to figure
Yeah.
out. So
let
we're
me
gonna use
use both of mine, and then only one of the group,
Yep. That's good.
and that'll be
So you're out of fate points,
mm-hmm,
and the group will have
2,
2.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, but you get all but 1 down.
And he soaked all the stress
Yeah.
of.
Tell me how it happens. There are 4 guards up here. 2 up here are a little bit closer to you with automatic rifles. 2 who've just come up the stairs that are a little bit behind them. So there are 4 guards. And tell me how this works. How do you take out 3 of them with your knife?
As he's directing the woman down and basically kind of like gently laying her out, making sure the tray doesn't drop, even as it, he guides it down with a dancer's grace. He looks up and he doesn't see the preparations that Regina is making, the tactical aiming, the preparation of the Molotov. He doesn't see any of that. He sees Isolde as a 11-year-old girl standing beside the door, and she speaks as she did as an adult. And she says, "Show me the night. Show me the night with honor." And he bursts from the door, and like he's fresh from a table of the round, he brandishes the knife and drags it across the first soldier's throat, and then spins in a perfect pirouette and takes the one that's on the other side of the door. And as those two grasp their throat, he kicks one into the one behind it, as two on either side of the door. And when the shock of the first on the left catches his now mortally wounded friend and starts to drag him down.
And tell me how the lady in waiting helps you. How Regina's Overwatch helps, because that's what gets you one of the last ones.
There's one guy left standing, right?
Yeah.
He's not totally down.
He has two of them down, and though Regina would have indicated with a click or clap or snap that there was another one coming from behind, he hears Isolde who says, "Monster." And he just turns the knife behind him and rams it through the face of one of them that's coming up. And then he grabs the knife, flips it to the blunt side, and begins to beat the last remaining one. But that person is still alive.
I think Regina takes a shot for his knees to give him some mercy. So drops him out from underneath his bashing just for a second, because that's horrible.
Now, that was Oscar's go. These soldiers are dead, by the way. They're just dead. We're going to take them out. And there's one here left. Who do you pass it to? Because Regina's taken hers.
Passes it to the one that's in front of him, the monster, as Isolde is sitting there coaching him on.
He's a little freaked out, but he backs up, and he does not have his friends with him. He opens fire on you, bare-chested, like a bit of a madness. Sadly, he does not have his group bonus because you killed all of his friends, which is, awkward for him. That's a 0. Can you roll your athletics?
One of Oscar's stunts is called His Looks I Fear.
Yes.
Yep.
He can use Perform to defend against the fight action until he takes stress.
Yes. Yes. Tell me how this happens. First, roll it. That's a good one. Fantastic. Tell me how he opens up. He because you just smack at him and he sort of dodges away. He comes around, right? And Regina's there with a gun inside the room. He comes around and he just opens up full fire right at you. And tell me how you use your Perform out of this moment.
This is make them, in essence, in Oscar's normal state of mind, this is to scare somebody into missing the shot.
Yes.
This is to make them think that you don't feel pain.
Yes. Yes.
And so as he turns and opens up, he just witnessed his 3 friends die. So he sprays wildly to the left. And Oscar says, as Isolde is coaching him on, he says, "Try again." And he fires and misses to the right.
Yeah.
And he says, "Try harder." And then he jumps forward and draws his fist back to
And this guy scrubs, he goes, "Ah!" And he sort of indicates to his friends who are right down at the bottom, and they are going to open up full auto, and they're going to use their bonus.
These are the ones that were on the street.
Yeah, and now they're inside. They're going to open up full auto on you because they're like, this is bad. There's a lot of blood. And
do I get a bonus since this guy is between us?
Oh, he's just going to have to deal with it as well. It's no bonus for you. It's just not so great for him. Let's put it that way. They're not going to... It's going to be bad for them. And that's going to be a 3 plus 2 for a 5. I need you to roll your athletics.
I can continue to use my stunt until it is.
6, nice.
I will spend my fate point. I have one. To make that a 7. And these are well-trained soldiers.
Okay, so that would be 1 stress, I would say, 1 physical stress.
Correct.
Yeah, he'll take this.
I need to make one more roll, however.
Yeah, there's a guy that's not going to do very well.
There's a guy. There's a guy right now who has an athletics of 1 and no bonus from his friends. That's a 1. So the other guy, the soldier with the rifle who's up there with you on the landing, they just opened up full automatic fire, just sprayed the entire landing every which way, and he has his back to his friends. And you can see the bullets just puncture right through his body as he just gets hit and falls to his knees right in front of you, and then falls over.
Oscar would catch him as he goes down.
He's done. Our soldiers are going to pass it to Regina, because, again, she seems to be less murderous than some other people.
Great. There are 2 of them.
Mm-hmm. And they're down the landing at you, facing up.
And I can see them.
Oh yeah. You have to. You're in the room. You need to use your action to come out
Of the room.
Yeah, because they can't see you, right?
Well, that's kind of the point. Regina kind of steps out of the room, knowing that if she...
I'm gonna make a note for you, by the way. This is a rules note. So on your turn, you can move, right? Or you can attack. You can do one of those things. I'm going to note that they spent their turn doing full auto to get that bonus, which means...
They have to reload.
Okay, perfect. So Regina will kind of peer out into the hallway to check on the murderous activity that's going on and see that they're pretty much... There's a distance between Oscar and the next round of soldiers. Yes. And she would like to, I don't know if I can, use... to toss this Molotov and splash it in the stairwell to start this fire, the structure of this place, and to create an advantage. I don't know how we want to do that.
Yes. So what I would say is use your
fight. It's not really so much about doing damage. I just want to start the fire.
Yeah, you're just trying to start a create advantage. You have a couple choices, right? You can use athletics if you want. You can use...
I don't know if shoot qualifies, but fight?
Yeah, either one of those, right? Because you're just basically throwing, and you're going to try to get an advantage, and that Molotov is going to give you a bonus.
Okay.
Absolutely.
This is not a great roll. So I'll just plan to use the Molotov as the +2 on this, whatever this is. Oh, please let this be okay. Okay, so a 3.
Good. We have a new aspect, everyone.
The bed and breakfast is on fire.
That is the aspect. The aspect is, I want to say wigs on fire because I'm thinking the B-52s, but
Yeah, and as I go to lob it, I go, Oscar, get down! And I toss it just over Oscar's head to the other side near the soldier's feet.
And we're gonna call this stairs on fire. I want
a talking head soundtrack now.
This is what I want too, right? This has a free invoke on it. And now the stairs are on fire. Just going to note it, the stairs are on fire. That is a persistent thing. That stays there. It is on fire until it is no longer on fire.
Great. I hope it burns to ash.
Who do you
and Regina...
I will note you are now on the landing. Your way out is on fire.
I pass it to the two soldiers. Because I want Oscar to get out.
They will reload. They pass it to Oscar.
Oscar's gonna let.
And by the way, when I say they reload with a quickness and a concern. With a concern, as if perhaps they just watched some shirtless dude with a lot of blood all over his body pirouette murder a bunch of people. They also sprayed a lot of gunfire up there. And it did not seem to do a lot. So they're reloading, with a quickness. Oscar.
I'm asking this, but I already know the answer to it. This guy is not wearing full infantry.
No.
Okay, he's not packing a grenade or anything.
No.
That would be awesome. Okay. So what?
Wait. Pause. Do you know what this is? A perfect example of a moment.
Spending a fate point for a story point?
Yes. It is. And I believe as a group you have 2 fate points left. Oscar, you're out of yours.
Yeah, Regina's out of hers too.
And I actually am out of mine, irritatingly, but it's fine. It's fine. Which means none of us have any fate points, but the group has 2.
May I use one?
You gonna kill these guys? Is that the plan?
I'm gonna blow this place up. It's gonna be. The fire's gonna take everything, but there's gonna be a pop before it.
Let's do it.
He said he caught the guy as he went down, and as he would look into his eyes as the man died, and he would grab him by the shirt, push him back at arm's length, and the grenade that's dangling by his bandolier, he would just reach down and flip off the pin. They had a rod.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was like the what do you call them? They call them
coffee can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he would just reach down and do the twist that arms it.
Yeah.
He goes, and then he just pushes him down the stairs towards his friends as he.
Question.
Yes.
Can we exchange that fate point for an advantage? Since they're an equivalent currency, so like we have the advantage that the stairs are on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Can he claim that instead of the story point?
Well, he's using the story point to get a grenade.
He didn't have
the
one.
grenade
If I
wasn't
didn't
there. Oh,
Right.
I see.
To say he had a grenade on him, and then so he
Got
does. I'm gonna need you to, I believe, make an attack if you don't mind. Athletics.
Athletics.
Mhm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
3. It's good.
It's
It's good. Let's find out how they do with the dodging. You know, how they're doing, because I feel like they might need to move away from this situation that is happening right now. And they roll a 4. However,
If they dodge, they lose their turn, don't they?
no,
Don't they?
you can always dodge, but we're not done with this
Oh.
situation because the stairs are on fire and it has a free invoke.
Which lights him up as it goes by.
Yeah, so you could spin that, which would bring you to a 5.
That's yeah. Use it.
So as he pushes him through with the grenade pulled and armed, the guy, probably still a little alive, as awful as that sounds, would turn, catch on fire as he flew through at his friends. A descending angel of death.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you like to spend any fate points? There is 1 left.
We're gonna need it to escape.
Right now, you're going to get a +4 to that attack because it's a grenade, and grenades have a +4 to your attack because that's a lot of damage.
It kills him if it goes down. Yeah, it'll take them both
Mhm.
if we use the fate point.
Just saying. If you use
That's
a
up
fate
to you,
point,
Dot. I'm not making
you'll
that.
take them both out. But it's your last fate point.
To assure that there is nobody left and this place burns up, it's worth it. You know what I mean?
What is the aspect you use for that last fate point?
What are the
Hard
choices?
choices? Flashback, but how is this a hard choice? Doesn't seem like it's a hard choice for y'all.
If I can use one of my own, I just use the balance of war.
There you go.
You
Absolutely.
whoever
Absolutely.
I mean, increasing needs with
Look.
too many eyes. There's a lot of eyes in this place.
whoever took his soul,
Yeah.
then this is the cost for today.
Dot. Tell me about this fire. As these men, by the way, try to dodge. But this is a grenade. There's a
Yeah.
fire on the landing.
Well, remember, it was in a glass perfume bottle. So they're
Yes.
also,
Yeah.
it was a little bit of glass
Yep.
beforehand.
Yep.
And the splash probably hit all the walls, all
Yes.
this old
Yes.
wallpaper, the that insulation, all of it. And it takes up the furniture nearby very, very quickly. And I imagine it doesn't take much for this man to pop.
Yeah. And it rocks, right? This grenade, I don't know how many of you have ever actually thrown a grenade before. I have. And grenades, you can taste them in your mouth. because it doesn't matter how tight your mouth is closed. That gunpowder just gets everywhere.
In your nostrils.
It's in your nostrils. It's in your mouth. It's in your ears. Your ears are ringing, and it's just, there's this grittiness, and you can smell it and you can taste it. And the line between smelling and tasting is sometimes a little bit vague. And it rocks the world. You can have a little bit of tinnitus as it goes off, and there is shrapnel that heads everywhere. And you can smell the fire, the blood, as these two men who were down there just finished reloading or about to bring their guns right up back at you just hit right as their fellow tumbles down the stairs, and there's this explosion. You can see like bits of mail in that sort of thing start going up, and the furniture is cheap and it starts going up, and you are on this landing and everything is on fire.
Right.
I would like, at this point in time, they're dead. Regina's taken her turn. Oscar's taken her turn, as his turn. That is correct, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I have a turn.
Okay.
This turn is a +2 fire. I'll need I'm gonna need a physique or an athletics from you all as this fire starts going.
Note, I never left the bedroom, for the record. I tossed it around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So, can I use awareness?
Tell me more.
So instead of, because I'm not in direct
Yes.
line of fire yet with it, it's
Yes.
more of like a way out, or
Yes.
like, stay low to the ground,
Yes.
smoke. It's an awareness.
Absolutely.
Okay. I feel better. I feel much better.
The fire starts coming up the landing. It is your go, y'all. What do you do?
Regina goes, Oscar, through the window, quick! And I
He's
run over.
on the landing. You're in the room. The fire is licking up further and further.
Oscar's just going to walk into the room, grab his shirt, pull it over his head, put his jacket on, pull the mask down, and move to the window to help.
Regina gets to go to the window first because she's already in the room.
Great. I'm gonna just I'm gonna sling the window open, look at the drop, look around the room. I would like to create an advantage to climb down.
Okay.
There are sheets in this bedroom.
Yes, that is correct.
Towels, the
Yes.
works.
Yes.
I would like to use science to
Absolutely.
create
Absolutely.
to create a way down.
Yes. Roll it.
Okay. Not the best, but you know what? Right now, we got to give it a go.
You're both going to have to deal with the fire attack this next round.
right.
But
But,
science is, that's a 4. How interesting. Do you know what difficulty it is to create a really good rope ladder in a quick moment?
Regina knows how to tie some knots.
A 1. So that is an advantage with 2 free invokes.
Yeah, I tie it off to something like the bedpost that I know is not going to go anywhere against our weight, and I sling it over. And Regina looks at you with this look of like, you're in trouble. not like get down this rope right now.
I need you both to now defend with physique 4 versus fire.
Athletics, I guess it doesn't matter. They're the same for me. Physique. Well, here we go, Crow. Terrible for Regina.
Regina, that's 6 physical that you need to soak at this moment. Smoke. This guy.
Can I take that?
Let's talk about this for a moment. This guy, he's coming up late, right? Because he was out there. There is smoke everywhere, right? This thick, because this place is full of some cheap materials with some kind of like weird chemicals on it, right? And like all this thick black smoke is just emerging and it's filling your lungs, and you stayed so you could create this way out with 2 free invokes. And you need to withstand this fire, and it's filling your lungs. Right now you're at a 6. Do you want to spend those free invokes?
Yes, I do. Very much so. I'm like tying towels and
Yeah.
blankets, and it's getting rough, and I immediately like dunk water, like dunk
Yes.
it in water and put it over my mouth so that I can breathe better. As I like finish tying it off and toss it out the window.
Take 2 physical stress.
Okay, I can do that. That's just 1 box. Okay.
Mhm.
I imagine this will be fun. I think I'm gonna do this. What a bold move. I imagine she's been wearing a wig,
Yes.
and
Yes.
the wig goes up in flames.
Yes.
Because it's
Yes,
probably
cheap.
it's dry and it's
Yeah.
cheap, and she kind of has to rip it off of her head, but it burns the ends of her real hair.
Yeah.
And Regina's gonna have to deal with
Yeah.
the consequences of maybe having to cut it.
Oh, I have a question for you. Are you asking for a self-invoke?
I was thinking about it.
Is that what you're doing right now? Are you saying to me that you would like a fate point?
I was thinking about it.
I'm just asking if you want
Because hair, though physical, is more a mental thing for women. So I maybe could take the mental, like yes is the answer.
Really? In which case, I will give you a fate point, and the consequence of this fate point, as you have said, is that your hair singes, and I'm going to be giving you the aspect burnt hair.
Okay.
Take it.
Okay.
Note it. Take it. It's an aspect that is on you. It is not
Until I either fix it or
yes.
use it.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has I'm just gonna put that on there. You have burnt hair. It's not a consequence. It's an aspect. You've got to deal with it, right? Which you can do once you do.
It is the 40s. Maybe I'll get a swanky new do. Who knows? Just
Maybe.
in time for our
Maybe.
brunch.
But you have got burnt hair for the moment.
And I
which
pat myself out. I singe it out.
Mhm.
I get even angrier.
You two can
Let's-
decide which one of you want to go. Because you are both in this room, by the way, which is on fire. And you're on the 2nd floor. And her hair.
Just jump out.
The
Can we jump
smell
out
of
together?
burnt hair.
We're
Absolutely.
both gonna go out.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I need you to roll your athletics. Please.
Okay.
If you please.
Once again, here we go, y'all. Hey, that was a really good roll for me.
So. you
Stick
need
the superhero
4.
landing.
Oh, well, the good thing is, don't we know knots? Oh no, I used those, didn't I?
But you have a fate point.
I do,
And
but
you
I can't use it on both of us.
You cannot use it on both of you, but I will give you an option or two. Oscar. So that's down by 1. If one of you wanted to give up your role to aid the other, that other person would make it no problem. It's just that the person who's up there would have to deal with one more round of fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the 1 physical stress.
Yeah.
And
Okay. So then I would.
you know your
get
knots.
Yeah. Okay, I know my knots. So it gets me to the ground.
It gets you to the ground, no problem. Q, spend that fate point. Oscar, tell me about that little bit of physical stress you got. What happened to you?
He now legitimately has a really bad cough. It's that last lungful of
Less than
air.
he needed. Oh.
Yeah.
You're on the ground. This place is on fire, and you can hear sirens.
Yeah. Regina instantly pulls her mom's scarf from her waist, binds her hair back so you can't see it, like dust off. If there's like a vest or something that was part of this maid outfit that's got like certain stuff, she tries to get rid of it. And Regina's like, let's move, right? Because we parked a few blocks out.
Yeah, we were at the blind side.
Yep.
And he's gonna get there and go to the movie studio, or the warehouse. Excuse me. Pardon me, the warehouse.
I'm going to need a driving roll.
A drive.
Stealth would work, actually. Stealth.
I will do stealth because I have
Please do.
my
And
bonus. that I
take
can use.
advantage from me, or take a bonus
Yes.
from me.
Because you have it. If you-
Okay.
Yes. Give it.
I have my stunt as well for this.
I'm gonna need to see. How
Oh, I
this
spent
goes.
my fate point, didn't I?
Yes, you did to get out of there without
Yep,
damage.
to use that. Let me get rid of that.
So, let us. We're good. I need you to explain to me, you two, because you both did this together, because one aided the other, how you are able to get out of what is functionally people closing in. As you move out of this blind side, you can see trucks and a fire truck coming in. So you've got a fire truck, you've got French police coming in, because there's a fire. Also, there's a bit of an ambush going on. So you have some French police coming in, you've got this fire truck coming in, and you have 2 military trucks coming in, but you stealth by them, but I want to know how. How do you both do that?
Imagine a crowd gathers at some point.
Absolutely. It's the middle of the day.
Right, might make it easier, and there's a big fire. It might make it easier for us to escape.
I mean,
yeah, and I think too, what it would be as soon as they get to the bike, this is a combination of Oscar using the sirens, the noise to rev the engine, and then when they pass in through alleys, he cuts the motor. So they just as they go through, and then he fires it back up, and it's almost like that in Ferris Bueller when Ed Rooney was walking by the doors of the classroom and then sprinting whenever no one was looking. We're doing that on a motorcycle in World War II.
Would you like... Now, I can't ask you because nobody has any fate points. So I'm not going to ask. I won't ask. But as you're riding out Stealth, Rooney, you see a checkpoint that you don't have to go by, you don't have to go through, but there's a checkpoint on the side. And it's Dirk who's standing there, Sergeant, right? In charge of the checkpoint. And he sees you both riding off very suspiciously, shall we say. But he doesn't say anything. He just sees you both ride off, makes eye contact with you, but doesn't say anything as you ride off into the evening. Well, actually late morning, honestly. And you go to the studio, is that right? On your day off.
As narratively explained, he has a shower and a whole bunch of clothes there.
Yeah. You arrive because I care about you very much. At the studio, on your day off, you ride up. And when you come in, still...
Now this is technically the warehouse. This is where they keep all the stuff where people normally aren't. So this is...
But do you not have your assistant director in there doing work?
Not in the, I mean, to be fair, not in the warehouse.
Okay,
The warehouse was set aside specifically for the movement of stuff that is the resistance. So
good. There is your warehouse. You smell of smoke and gunpowder. And there are, like, I imagine, like, there's like a trellis, right? An archway trellis, sort of set piece. Some costumes set up here and there. That puzzle box where your son, right? Little pieces of there. And you were both in this place, this quiet warehouse on the other end of town.
he would walk up to the trellis, and there is a horse shower there with the nozzle moved through the trellis. And there are numerous drums, and he would fire and prime the pump and then turn the valve, turn the clear valve, and just strip down and get underneath it. And there's a bucket with soap and a rag.
Regina?
I don't think Regina obviously showers with you, but she kind of sits nearby to wait her turn. With her back against some piece of scenery. And she says, "You know, Oscar, I know we're not really married. I always imagined marriage would be horrible. You know, with you, it's not so bad. You may not have taken vows, but we, each other, we took a vow. I've never denied you anything. You're a strong-willed man, and smart, and terribly passionate. And you're a good soldier. But you're not playing soldier. You're playing mercenary. At the stake of a lot of lives. So do me a favor. As your partner in all of this crime. Realize that it's not just you anymore, Oscar. You're not just taking care of you.
His back would be to her. You just see him nod.
What is Isolde saying?
She's quiet now.
Do you think you'll ever hear her again?
Sure.
It's not done, right?
The play's not over.
The balance.
She's just off stage.
She's just off stage. The balance hasn't really been achieved just yet. There's more blood, I suppose. As the blood that was on your body sort of washes into the sort of drain.
And you know what? It's morning's coming, right?
Hmm.
I think Regina lets him finish his shower, but she gets up and grabs another wig and a change of clothes, and she doesn't even shower. She might wipe her face off, but before she goes, she says, I told you one time not to break my heart, Oscar. And she leaves. I don't think she stays for a shower.
Would you, if he responded, would you?
She would stop if you said something.
You would hear the water kind of turn off. It would still drip. It would just, the pressure, the weak pressure that it is would trickle off and hit the ground. I like being married to you too.
Maybe we should keep it that way. At least until we can plan you an appropriate death. And I smile a little bit. I'll see you in the morning for push-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that, we end our episode. Our first duo of the season. My friends, there are things you probably need to know at this point in time. One, I love you all. That's the first number one thing. And we do have some donations that I want to read out because, you know, we should. We have 1,000 bits from Rissa for that was the best use of a fate point. And I'm pretty sure we're talking about that legendary that showed up right about there. You know, sometimes Greg has bad die rolls. Sometimes he doesn't. That's what I'm gonna say. Also, Time of Gifts cheered us with 600 bits. Now, my friends, I want to thank everyone who has donated tips and bits. I also want to thank our sponsor, our special sponsor, Willen, who is not only our chronicler, but also our sponsor. He's sponsored us for this month, which means you can expect an exciting old-timey ad to be played during the intermission this month for you. I just need to get a friend of mine to do a voiceover who is a guest friend, which I think will love, and I'm ready for it. And so thank you, and also look for your exciting. It's gonna be an exciting plate for you in our credits, a credit card, as it were. And Willen, of course, just donated 100 bits, who says, "So sorry for Isolde, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse." Now, to my very bestest pals, I would love for you to say who you are, where we can find you, give some love to our married couple, and if you might, could I know, because I'm curious, what is your character thinking right about now, at this moment? And I will, if you like, I will even give you dramatic music for it when it happens. And since I started with Dot so unfairly to begin the episode, I will start with Greg.
I am Greg, Grimjack21502, playing Oscar Mueller. I will say this before I say anything. Greg, this was very tough for me because this was sloppy. And Oscar has never been like this before. And this was incredibly, it's almost arrogant in taking on these people. And Greg, who's not a huge fan of combat to begin with, I don't like the crutch of, well, that's what my character would do. That's true. There's a lot of truth to that, but at the same time,
right? A character can do many things.
I just didn't see any way out for Oscar in that moment. We'd established last season that he was having these violent tendencies.
Yes, he was.
And he being able to watch death and not roll a will roll has consequences.
Yes,
this is one of them.
Yes, it does.
It's he takes his damage in other ways.
Yes, he does.
So I appreciate, because Dot and I play together quite a bit, and we always plan and think, and we're usually right on the same page with everything. And I think what I felt worst about is this is super sloppy, and I know this is no way that Dot and I usually play. And I was like, it's almost like I'm giving an excuse here, like Oscar made me do it. But it was just a hot mess. And but anyway, what is Oscar thinking right now? Strangely enough, Oscar would probably be serene right now.
Yeah.
And this is when, if you're keeping score, everybody, this episode, more than anything, probably showed you that there's not that big a spectrum between he and Elias's tendencies. And they were in the exact same field of business before.
They had the exact same job until Elias got promoted to a desk, and Oscar got outed.
Yeah. So, and Oscar did a great, honestly, for me, just there behind the thing, meta-wise, I had Oscar start to tilt a little bit when Sylvie left. Because Sylvie was his real touchstone to the arts, to the music and dance, and just all constantly reminding him of that cabaret, that life that he had. Not to say that other people don't remind him of good things, but that was the good time in his life.
And he lost Mel.
And lost Mel, right? But that was all happened relatively close time-wise for the. But Sylvie's absence and no longer being in brick tops and things like that, that he starts to pull back to where he was, and that's unfortunate what we did. So yeah, he's probably serene. So, but anyway, Dot, I'm sorry. I know we usually think shit out way better than this, and it was sloppy, hot mess, but.
I said it kept me on my toes.
Did you give love? I don't think you gave love. Give love, Greg.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
I think I gave love in the fact that I'm hoping that Chelsea is still my friend. As this was just we started off and it was like an episode of a 50s, 60s sitcom. And then it turned into this absolute shit show on my end. But you know what, the roles were dope, and there was some really good back and forth with our characters. So I love both aspects. So okay, my star, my wish, my love goes to the fact that we got to see Oscar and Regina as a happily married couple in a sitcom, and then very WandaVision-esque. We got to see them in this hellscape, and I loved it. I love that. And Trooper, that's you putting a head on a bike, man. So
Would you like me to tell you something that'll make you feel better?
I guess, sure.
We're very sloppy, but sometimes sloppiness has its advantages. Because now Falstaff can convince headquarters that it's bad because they were not listening. And now, right? Now they'll have to listen. If you had done it really subtle and nobody knew, he wouldn't necessarily have
and we didn't really leave a whole lot of evidence behind
correct.
with the burning of the building.
That is correct.
I mean, hell, it could look like a gas leak for all they know. You know, it could have been some type of.
Well, they had a. They're not going to buy that because of how they are, but they're not going to have any evidence. That was what there was a fate point for a grenade. There was a bunch of stuff that and there was a Molotov. They're not going to have evidence. But the Nazis are going to assume that this was some badness, but at least there'll be, this is loud and sloppy enough that Falstaff can be like, hey, they clearly are dead, right? So you have given him something that he can use to sort of have headquarters stop listening to what is clearly false radio transmissions.
Mm-hmm.
So plus, on the plus side, negative side, some people know that there was some murder going on. They don't necessarily know who did it because you covered yourself with fire, but and that leaves me.
I mean, it was my name in that sign-in book, damn it, or my cover name.
Well, no longer, because that book's on.
That book is gone.
Yeah, that book didn't last.
Nope.
Dot.
All right, friends, I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me online where Little Red Dots are found, mostly over on Cobalt Press, and on cool channels just like this one, playing games with cool people just like these people. What was I? Okay, so
who you are, where we can find you, some love.
Right. Those are some love. So, I actually really, it was kind of fun to watch Greg struggle tonight with that like impulse control. It does mirror Elias a lot, which I think is a really interesting story point. So a big star to just like good storytelling. And to just dicking around at the top. The push-up thing was ridiculous and fun and so genuine. I was supposed to do something else. I was supposed to tell you something else.
What is Regina thinking at this moment?
She's assured that they've covered their tracks. So I don't think she's thinking about that. She's probably thinking about the burns and the pantyhose stuck to her legs.
Yeah.
So she might need some help.
Yeah.
But I think more than anything in the whole world, she really, really wishes Hannah was here right now.
Yeah. Yeah. But you do know a doctor you could go to.
I do, which is probably where I'm headed.
I'm troopersjp, and I had such a lovely time. Can I give you my favorite moment? Oh, you can find me, around. What is today? Friday? Tomorrow. Oh, hey, Dot.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow morning.
What time are we streaming tomorrow?
It's gonna be early, y'all. Can we not make it too early? Like 10 to 12:30?
Sure.
Okay.
That's it.
Done. 10 to 12:30 tomorrow morning. Right here. We're gonna get sinful.
Tomorrow, 10 to 12:30 tomorrow morning, we're gonna be doing Divinity Original Sin. And then of course at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. over at Table Story, I'll be doing Tidal Blades, and then episode 3 of Haunted West at 9 p.m. Eastern on Roll20 app on Tuesday. So I want to just sort of give a moment that was my favorite moment. I mean, I had many favorite moments, but my favorite moment, I have a side thing that's different, but this is indicative, is when you were in the garage and you found the head and Greg is like, oh, this is bad. And Oscar's like, that's it. And Dot was like, wait, I'm going to do an investigation on this one. And I was like, okay, let's do some forensics. You're like, did he do this? And I was like, doesn't look like it. And you're like, okay. And the way that you tried to talk him down out of that, being like, I don't think he did this. And then when Greg was like, I'm going to roll investigation. And you're like, did a woman do it? And you're like, probably, yeah. And like that conversation between you two, that moment was brilliant. and it was amazing. And then I do want to note the other thing that I quite liked was this is like a mechanical storytelling thing. I really love the ways in which you aided each other in your roles and the ways in which that sort of played out, that like that +1 here or there that you gave each other was important, right? And the way that you both got out, like there was like you getting out of that place on fire was lovely in terms of setting up that advantage to get out of there, but like helping each other and being like, okay, how can we help each other out of this space? It was beautiful, and I love the ways in which you were able to sort of flow through those moments together, and it was just also y'all did some murder. And I love actually also how some of that murder would not have happened and things would have been a little bit different had Dot not set up some Overwatch and a Molotov cocktail, like the ways in which both. Also
note, Regina technically did not kill anyone.
I know. Don't think I didn't have your trouble aspect.
She did that. She did not kill anyone.
And just note, I had your trouble aspect written down just in case you're about to try. I'll be like, really? How about a fate point? But you didn't prompt me to
nope, she's struggling with that, so she's trying not to kill so willy-nilly.
Yeah, right? I thought that was actually really an interesting choice because you could have shot some people. You were very good at shooting people, and you could have shot some people, but you didn't. And I find that very interesting indeed. And I'm just noting it because, it's very good. And I want to thank all of you, the audience, for being here and like watching this show with us, which is a show that is near and dear to my heart. This was I love the show, and I love the meditation on what does it mean to sort of deal with these things. And I imagine there'll be some really exciting flashbacks out of all of this. Next week will be another duo episode. This one, Regina and Pritam. And I want to know how that's gonna go, because some people, and I'm not saying who, are less murdery than other people. And maybe I'm talking about Oscar and Pritam. Maybe that's what I'm talking about. And so I'll be really interested to see how that goes. What? Thank you all. But we do have somebody murdered Isolde. Somebody murdered Isolde. We'll find out. And the question is, who's going to find out first? I don't know. Take care, everybody. We will see you all around. Take care of yourselves. You all are amazing, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Bye, everybody.